All right. Mode's going to be joining a little bit late, but we still have a Nordo. The flex tape is doing its job. We have at least one more session, maybe.
Let's go before the baby break its seal.
Let's do it.
Session go. Hopefully I'll make it through the session.
We'll find out. It's probably going to be kind of a well. Let's not prescribe what's going to happen because frankly I have no idea because I accidentally some shit went down. Yeah. Let me go get let's see, inspiration. What? That's not enough. Let's get some more votes.
I think.
I'm gonna drop that for like 2 minutes and see where it goes.
You were so late we canceled the session.
Yeah, we actually decided not to play tonight. Thanks, Claudia. That's why they keep me around.
What a disaster.
I need you for my powers.
I like
All
that
right,
it's
I'll
not
stick
the
around
other
for
way around.
you. I've been going real hard on my C2 prep, by the way, and I'm so excited.
I'm real close to done drawing. I'm working on his weapons right now and some of his other equipment. And then I got my dude ready.
I really got it.
I am so excited. I just have to pick a name.
I'll just need to time my somebody in the party at some point. Yeah, say if I have not yet quite decided how it is all going to start, but if I'll find ways to tie you all together if you don't think of stuff yourself, or you can think of stuff yourself.
Figured out how I'm tying myself to the party. It's going to take like 5 seconds for me to decide that I'm joining this party.
Right.
I need
Yeah,
to,
Literally bondage.
it's real important for me because I have a lot of reasons to not be with the party, and I know that that is a terrible trait for a D&D character to have. So I gotta make sure that I get like pre-linked in with at least 1 or 2 people.
You're one of the few people that I would like trust to have that trait, though. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily a bad trait unless you play it in a shitty way.
Linkable.
Like I'll come up with a dumb reason to stick along, obviously, but I gotta make it at least somewhat believable. But then the hard part is that like I have to find people to pre-link up with without revealing anything, which is terrible.
It's so hard.
I just have
Now that I have everybody's stories in finally, I can probably at least like point you to the people that would be most likely to mesh with your character.
That makes sense. I have seen Drake's character, but I don't know much about him yet. What?
The Twitch TV link is unclickable.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Hang on, let me go get it.
Awful.
There we go.
failure.
What an absolute disaster. Unacceptable.
There. No people. People don't have to panic.
Alright, we have results.
What's the voting we're thinking? Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Voting's over. We're good.
Oh no! I asked for a link.
It's okay. Your votes wouldn't matter.
Yay!
Gale, Nordo, and Flick.
I have mine, and I'll give it to Nomad.
Hey, there it is.
Thank you.
I'll have mine because I think I used it on something stupid.
You did. You used to coax the seed into the dirt.
That was integral. That was actually really
I
important.
actually think that was an excellent use.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
I
the
have
right job for
inspiration. I think I still have inspiration.
Don't-
Who doesn't have inspiration? I'm gonna give it to
Me.
him. Take my inspiration, brother.
Thank you.
We did
That
it.
means
Alright, So when we left off last week, are there any other announcements? I think that's it. I think we're good. So when we left off last week, you guys had just woken up on the morning of. Nope, that's not right. Let's go and advance it to a new day. Tuesday, September 17th. You had just kind of woken up very early to finish up your ritual. And everything seems to have gone well. And you found yourself this chaos sprig, which is now rapidly germinating and flowering and making fruits and berries, and then immediately dropping those berries and sprouting new ones over and over in this rapid cycle of growth and regrowth. And every time, the new flowers and fruits are all completely different. No two are exactly alike. But then after that ritual was completed, you set out to find Sungal. Yes, let me go grab that link. Faux show.
Yeah. I didn't do it last time because I didn't want to put like short rest and superiority dice into mine until I got to use them for the first time.
Yeah. Also, I think some people have already updated theirs, but I've not brought it over, so I'll grab that real quick too. I'll give everybody.
I haven't updated mine.
Cool. It's going to be kind of probably a little bit of a downtime session anyway, so I'll post it and I'll give folks some time to work on it, and then I'll bring it over in like 30 minutes or whatever. Link. Gritty Regen calendar. Here we go. So, if it's something that you regen on specific days or like only once a week, this is the link for the weekly schedule. And if it's something that you get back every day or on a short rest, then this is the link to edit your short rest shit. Notably, if you all go in there and edit it at once, you'll probably get conflicts, so, we'll sort it out by fighting in true wiki nature. But anyway, when we left off, you guys had just finished this ritual, and then you'd gone off in search of Sungal, who is the turtle, who once lived on this island, and welcomed Nordo back with a little bit of surprise, and sort of explained that he was the only survivor, and he had just waited out the years at this island. However, he had disappeared the night before. He seemed to have some sort of information that he was reluctant to share with Nordo, and said he wanted to consult the waters, or speak to the waters, before he mentioned anything else. And he didn't return in the morning, so you guys went looking for him, and after about 30 or 45 minute search, in a ditch, kind of tucked away out in the jungle island of Melnoa, following his footprints, you found signs of an altercation and a dead body, the dead body of Sungal. And after a little investigation, Nordo was able to tell that the body had been dead for probably a day and a half, maybe even a few days, which is much more time than you have spent on the island. Ace took that cue to pop his primeval awareness, and when he did, he sensed the normal humanoids that he expected from his party and from the people back on the ship, as well as several distant aberrations from the sea all around him. But he did notice that there was one aberration much more nearby that seemed to be on the ship. And that is exactly where we left off, early in the morning, Tuesday morning.
Nomad. Nordo. I'm sensing an aberration on the ship. Whenever you talk to Sungal, did he seem a little like undead and puppeted? Like Nibbler does?
As I'm talking to Ace, I'm going to be looking at this altercation too to see if I can tell what sort of thing or person he got into an altercation with.
Sure.
Yeah. Can I also look for tracks of mind devourers or intellect devourers?
Sure, absolutely. Ace can give me survival with advantage because it's one of your favorite things. And Nordo, you can give me either survival or investigation.
May I try to listen for anything nearby if it's not too much?
Absolutely, give me perception.
I don't know if he acts like one of Nibbler's monsters or whatever, but he did act a little strange. Seemed a little bit like he didn't want to talk to me about my mother. And other questions I asked him about seemed like he didn't really want to talk. I thought I was just stepping on toes or hurting his feelings or something, but looks like it might be something worse.
Listening closely, the place is surprisingly desolate. There's some wildlife on this island, but not a ton. There are a few birds off in the distance singing in the morning. But even for kind of a lush, jungly sort of island, it has just this sort of cold, stale, fairly deserted feel to it. It feels like an old, dying island that is kind of just, a little lost out on the middle of the ocean. Without a whole lot of life to inhabit it. And that makes it easy to clearly hear the waves breaking against the rocks in the distance, the tall cliffs. You don't really hear anything that sounds out of place. Everything kind of sounds kind of clear and crisp and normal to you, nothing unusual. Nordo with a 16, it looks to you, 16. There's a very The altercation was brief. You're able to get that with a 16 for sure. It didn't look like there was an extended struggle here. It looks very much like there was peaceful walking, and then very quickly, just a short scuffle that might have lasted for a couple of seconds. Not a lot of movement back and forth. It looks like there's just like 2 or 3 kind of drawn out and surprised and heavy footsteps that indicate taking a weak battle stance and then probably falling to the ground and then being dragged a short distance. So you imagine that whatever happened, it was fairly quick, probably unexpected, but you're not really able to get a whole lot more beyond that. Except that after he fell incapacitated, he was dragged a short distance to where you found the body. And it looks to you with the 16 like that was just a basic cover-up maneuver. It was just to get him a little bit out of plain view.
And the 26 medicine I did last time to tell how long ago this happened, can I also discern cause of death from that?
Yeah, 26 is very good. As you look over the body, it appears that there is one puncture. It's about 3 inches wide, so a little too large to be just like a dagger, but maybe a wide sword or a short sword of some sort that pierced straight through the seam of one of the plates in his chest. It's almost kind of hard to detect if it wasn't for the blood that leads up to it. And it looks like there was an attempt to clean up that blood, but you do a very thorough search and you're able to find that there's an incision, just kind of where the rib cage would be, that cuts right through the seams of one of the plates in the shell. And then there is also a similar incision that is more obvious that goes all across the front right side of his neck. It looks like a very clean cut from a weapon that is probably larger than dragon or dagger. Yeah, larger than a dragon for sure. Larger than a dagger, smaller than like a great axe. Some sort of very sharp-bladed weapon, bigger than a dagger. It looks like the cause of death was probably either respiratory failure because a lung was punctured, or blood loss, or some combination of both.
Nothing got the jump on poor old timer. Took him out quick.
Ace, looking for foot tracks of Mind Flayer specifically, you find 2 sets of footprints that both appear to be Tortle, that seem to have walked out here together. However, during the altercation, very briefly, once Nordo kind of like, oh yeah, this is where the fight went down, and you look over it and you can see it too. But you can tell that during the altercation, there is one very specific footprint that lands that is not right. It doesn't look like Tortle. In fact, it doesn't look barefoot at all. It looks very out of place to you. The first thing that you notice about it is that it's shoed. It's booted. It's not a bare foot. It is a roughly humanoid-sized shoe that plants its heel in the dirt at one point during this very brief altercation. And that is the only footprint you find that looks like that, and it looks natural with the rest of the second Tortle's movements. Almost like just that Tortle's foot changed for one step into a human boot, and then changed back, or something like that. You don't find anything that resembles Nomad's footprints, or really even like the shambling corpse of Nibbler or anything like that.
I mean, they usually float.
That is true, and you would actually know that Mind Flayers typically do levitate almost everywhere. It's actually a little unusual that for a short time Nomad didn't.
When you get back to the ship, if that thing's on there. start heading that way.
All right. It's not too far. No, if you're talking, we don't hear you. Ace panicking
Can you hear
in
me
the
now?
background. Yeah, we hear you now.
There you go.
Okay. Do I know of any aberrations that can shapeshift?
Give me, boy, your choice of like history, nature, or arcana. There's a few different ways to approach this. With advantage because it's aberration, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah. They're all the same, so.
Fire away then. History, you've definitely heard tales of various shapeshifters. You know that like doppelgangers are a thing. You know that mimics are a thing. These are all pretty common stories. You don't know a whole lot of the details about them, but you know you've heard of mimics. I've heard of things like that. In fact, I think you guys have fought mimics. Yeah, you've definitely fought mimics.
You fought moves. Are those considered aberrations?
Mimics are aberrations, yeah.
Oh.
Because monstrosity is a stupid classification, and everything that is classified as a monstrosity should be an aberration, a humanoid, or a beast.
Gotcha.
And that's the way I rule it.
Drastically false, but okay.
Are there monstrosities in this world?
No, legit. Like, one of the house rules on the wiki is that there are no monstrosities in this world.
Gotcha.
Every monstrosity in the game is either a humanoid, like Wantui, an aberration like Mimic, or a beast like owlbears, as they should be.
Okay.
We might be dealing with a shapeshifter, Nordo. That thing you might have talked to might not have been him to begin with. I'm sensing an aberration on the ship, so we should be careful. We shouldn't alert it that we know that it's there.
All right, then. I'll try to play it cool.
All
Still
right.
better.
Yeah.
All right, so you
Kind
guys,
of squatting over, like, you know, the body and trying to figure out for his own how this dude died.
sure, you can give me a medicine check too if you want to kind of cross-check Nordo's work.
Yeah. Intrigue.
Yeah.
Was nature of the Elder's demise autoerotic?
Christ. Yeah, so like the first thing Nordo or Nomad notices is that the skin is pale. There's some sign of respiratory arrest. So he kind of guesses that it was asphyxiation, but then Nordo points out the lacerations, which are, honestly, the front one is kind of hard to see. The one on the neck is a little covered up by mud. But, yeah, you don't learn anything new. Nordo kind of has to point a few things out for you.
Like, no, it wasn't choking, it was stabbing. Oh, okay.
Autoerotic blood play. I'm sure, like we joke, but I'm sure that's happened.
Of course it is.
Certain someone has died that way before.
The fire department exists for a reason.
What? Christ.
Why is this the fire department's problem?
Oh, God. Okay.
All right. We should be. Who's all with us right now?
Whoever wants to be. I assumed it was basically all of the PCs.
I'm definitely on the ship with that thing.
Totally fair if you want to be.
So I know some people were like crafting, maybe? I don't know.
That's true. Gale did spend a lot of last night crafting. I think he got it all done right before the ritual finished, because it was like 4 hours. At least
I didn't sleep last night, so I'm probably asleep about to get stabbed in the back.
That's very possible.
Like,
Or at least the sleeping part.
All right. Well, we should be cautious. Nomad, don't be suspicious.
That is very easy.
Very easy, I'm sure.
He immediately, like, shuffles underneath someone's bed.
Alright.
Okay.
So you guys start making your way back, and it sounds like the plan is to kind of just play it cool, act natural.
Try to find the person acting unnatural.
Sure.
I say I
Yeah.
want to try to find Chelsea when we get back.
Okay, easy enough. As you guys get back, are any of you guys like terrible enough at performance that I need to make a check here, or are you guys all okay?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yo,
All right, let me just.
My performance is -2.
Is it really? You're a fucking.
I have no charisma.
Oh,
It's I have my stats from strength to con go 5, 18, 10, 14, 16, 7.
Okay, well,
Ace thinks he's charismatic, but isn't. That's the bad charisma he has.
that's fair. I love that for the record. Okay then, let me get performance checks. This is a crazy easy DC, but since some of you are bad at it, it might be a challenge.
Open my actual sheet.
Oh my god, that was so good! Look at me! I rolled 19.
You're an
Yeah.
actor.
Better than me, and I have a
Don't
plus
you
18.
have the actor feat?
No, that was Anu who had actor feet.
Oh, right.
The Kenku. Basically gets it naturally.
Yeah.
I do
okay.
get
Nomad.
yeah.
Nomad prefixes everything he says with the word acting.
At the same time, though, Nomad's so weird that if he said that, people will be like, "It's just Nomad being Nomad." He's probably thinks he's an actor now.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are fine. Even the 7 is fine. You guys make
Acting
it back to the ship.
natural.
Acting natural as you do, and you start to make your way onto the ship. And sure enough, it's easy enough to find Kelsey and all of the other orcs. And Elise is sleeping next to the tree, and Eddie is kind of finishing up some late breakfast and cleaning things up and getting things kind of taken care of on the ship. Nothing immediately appears out of the ordinary.
Can I look around to see if I see any doubles of people or anyone who shouldn't be?
Sure. Give me investigation. You can make it with wisdom if you want. I don't know which of those is better for you.
I'm so hungry. I think we should have a breakfast.
All right, so it'll be one higher then.
Egg.
It's 31.
I hear Vasu saying something about egos, and I'm intrigued.
It goes.
Did that not go through?
We got
It's still
bits
not
of
going
it.
through.
Man, your
I
internet
like
was
to imagine.
so good for like a stretch there. There were like 3 or 4 weeks where it was working really, really well, and then everything shit the bed.
I like
Wish it
to
was a-
imagine. Yeah, that every now and then, Vasu just channels the Babadook and has to like glitch a little in person.
Yep.
So this is actually happening. We're like, oh, this is something we've gotten used to. It's a seizure, but it's not lethal.
He's a stroke victim, but
Boy, that's 31, isn't it? Holy shit.
That's a 31. I know. That is really good.
Yeah, that is really good. Let's see.
If I had Anu, he has which sight? He could just see them in the shapeshift form.
Ace, you're starting to do kind of a thorough sweep of everything, and you're trying to do it naturally, just looking to see if there's anything or anyone that feels a little out of place to you. And at first, everything appears kind of normal. There are no like immediate signs of anything being off. Everybody's kind of just like taking cycles, going through the galley and getting their breakfast, and then heading back below deck or above deck if they're going to be working the ship. A lot of the orcs are starting to familiarize themselves with the Black Sun, doing a little bit of repair work on it. They're kind of assuming that they're going to get left with that ship, and so they'd better learn how to use it. But while you are doing all of these kind of routine checks, something catches your eye, and at first it kind of feels like just a gut instinct, but then you start to watch it and follow it a little bit more. And you realize what struck you as odd is one of the orcs, he's working with a group of 3 or 4 other orcs, and they're all talking to each other. They're all behaving naturally. They're kind of laughing and joking as they hoist a few lines on the Black Sun. But one of them is wearing a ring that looks very clean. It looks very valuable to you. And it just kind of strikes you as odd that these prisoners who had everything stripped from them and everything taken from them, that any one of them would have what appears to be a valuable, probably magical ring that you've never seen before. That is the only thing that strikes you as even the slightest bit unusual as you do this thorough sweep of everything.
Is he speaking Orcish?
He's speaking Orcish fluently. He's laughing and telling jokes with the other orcs.
have I seen him on the ship before?
Yep, you definitely recognize him. He's been with you ever since you escaped. He's not one of the 10 orcs that you brought with you from Tramus, or from West Kona. He's one of the ones that you just rescued from the prison. But he's been on the ship, overnight since you rescued him yesterday.
And what tribe is he from?
He is from the Insisi tribe, which is the same as Kelsey.
All right. I'm gonna walk up and kind of tug on Nomad's rope, and you give my arms up. I'm like, pick me up.
Puppies.
Just it kind of does it automatically at this point.
Rock me.
It's under the arms, rock. Okay,
And then I give you a little wink.
it's sleepy time.
This is weird. I don't like it.
Yeah.
And are you talking to me telepathically?
Yeah.
I think I found the person.
Already, as expected.
Yeah. I'm not going to say don't look because then you'll look, but I'll
I
point
will
him out
not
if we have
look.
time. I don't trust you. Let's walk out of this room for a second.
Understandable.
Where's Nordo at? Actually, contact Nordo real quick and tell them I found someone suspicious.
It's a little brief scan, and then he pings Nordo, at least telepathically. He got the friend Nordo. Brother Ace wishes to speak to you.
All right, then I'll be right there. Or Nordo would have been going to Cal to tell him what's going on discreetly.
Sure, easy enough. By the same time that he does all this investigation, which was very thorough and probably very slow, you definitely would be able to find Cal. He is also over on the Black Sun. He is below decks, though, kind of patching up some damage to the hull.
Imagine around the time that I finished telling him what's going on, I get that message from Ace. Sort of say, Little Old might have something. You just stay here. I'll keep you in the loop.
Sure.
I'll go find Ace.
Yep, easy enough. He's just back above deck, I assume, or possibly a little ways off the ship.
What'd you find, Little Old?
One of the orcs. It's kind of a long stretch, but he has a very clean, nice-looking, possibly magic ring. Something that stood out. He looks like one of the orcs we brought back from the other area. But the only thing is, I didn't sense any less of us. So I'm thinking that perhaps either that ring is the cause of it, or perhaps even that we're missing an orc, and that's a replacement. Perhaps we can...
Can you tell with your magic if that's real orc or not?
It's hard to do specifics within close range. It's more of what's in the area rather than that's him right there. I could try,
Makes
but it might
sense.
be awkward for me looking at him for a minute straight. Perhaps we can get he's with a group of them, so perhaps we can get the group all to come outside, saying that we need to load up the ship. That way he's off the ship, and we can go from there. Perhaps ask him questions or lay out a trap.
That seems like a good enough fix to me. I was fixing to just run over and club him in the back of the head and knock him out, but your plan's probably a little better.
Nomad, can you inform everyone else around? Keep this telepathic.
Only our main group, yes. The Union.
Precisely.
I inform the Union.
Alright, eventually the Union is gathered. Elise wakes up. She looks terrible. She still needs another 6 hours of sleep. But she is, at least alert and aware of the situation. Everyone else can be gathered up. Gale, they find and fetch you if you're crafting or if you're asleep. You've not been stabbed to death.
Real quick, what did we do with the Chaos Sprig?
It's a great question.
It's a real good magic item, but also definitely cursed.
I kind of figured Flick probably had it, but I don't know.
Why would I have it? I can't use it.
Just since it was your like thing, I didn't know if he'd actually like attuned to it, or anybody had actually attuned to it or anything yet. I didn't even read the description. I'm gonna go do that.
It's so good.
I don't have mana, so I can't use it.
Yeah, it is a shame. It is very specifically not usable by warlocks.
So I'm not hip to using mana to cast spells in this system. Are these normal costs for casting a spell?
They're slightly
No.
cheaper.
Slightly cheaper, okay.
So it's level 1 spell is usually 2 mana. Level 2 is usually 3.
Gotcha.
I think
It's
level 3
5.
is
And then it's 1 cheaper for everything, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 1 point cheaper for each one.
Becomes very sad. This is spectacular. It's like an amped up version of those roses from the Chaos Bush that never got used.
those were so much fun.
For
I
sure.
forgot
Look,
we
you
had
guys,
those.
You guys did use
So
them once on the
random.
ship, but
It's-
I'll bring him back for C2.
Thank you.
Mostly my attempt to distill the only fun part of the School of Invention wizard from the UA without being forced to only do that, which is terrible.
I love it. Alright, so we're all gathered up outside the ship now, a fair distance away from Mysterious Orc.
Yep.
I'd like to, as everyone's getting gathered, just keep an eye on him. Try to get a read on whether he's being, I don't know, deceptive or shifty, or if like he makes eyes at anyone particular or anything particular.
Sure. Give me an insight check. Okay, and for no particular reason, what would that be if it was investigation?
Oh, far worse. Instead of a 24, it would be a 15.
No, so you haven't spent a lot of time with this particular orc, but you've spent a lot of time with orcs. Everything looks natural. It looks normal. It looks like he's just. You do notice that every now and then he kind of like glances over his shoulder in the direction of Ace, and he looks down at his hand, like is everything okay? Like he looks like maybe he realizes that, the ring got spotted, and he's a little bit like. I don't know if guilty is the right word for it. He just definitely is aware that maybe you guys are all talking about him. But apart from that, he's acting very natural. He's getting work done. He seems to just be kind of doing a bunch of rope tying and kind of feeding the rope up to the other orcs who are working the line. And he's laughing and telling jokes. It doesn't seem super out of the ordinary.
Okay, cool. I think it might be on to us. We might want to make this quick, whatever we're going to do.
All right, have the group of orcs he's with and him come out here to help us bring supplies into the ship that we found in town.
Easy enough. Yeah, you kind of call them all over, and they wrap everything down, and kind of set down their current work, and they come out like, all right, boss, what do you need moving?
Over here, we found some supplies that will help us on our journey.
Sure enough. I assume you just have like a bunch of food or supplies and shit. Probably stuff that you actually pulled off of this boat for a short time and now need to put back on the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. You they start grabbing it and they start bringing it back over to the ship and they carry it over.
I'm gonna watch him closely.
Sure.
Like, is he being shifty? I know that Nordo already kind of did it, but like now that we're having him do stuff and we're interacting with him.
You can take the second on that. Go and give me an insight check, or an investigation check, or both.
They're both roughly the same for me.
Sure.
Is it really shifty that we're kind of like Oh, could you pick up this heavy object for me?
Ace,
Yeah.
Ace, you can definitely tell that like all of them are a little bit like, oh, this is oddly specific. But the one with the ring is like, oh wow, this is oddly specific. You do get the sense that maybe he's like, this is clearly some sort of a test or a trial or something like that. However, as you're watching his behavior carefully, in addition to the slightly weird behavioral stuff, you notice that he struggles to lift a box that is not that heavy. Like, it's heavy, it's supplies, it's probably like a 20 or 30 pound bag of flour or something like that. But this is like a pretty healthy looking mid 40s orc, and he kind of like he has to like kind of strain and struggle to pick it up and throw it over his shoulder, and then carry it onto the ship. It just seems like that was harder for him than it really should have been.
Okay, I'm gonna make a stupidity roll, so bear with me real quick.
All right.
Stupidity roll.
Well, I didn't decide before I roll. I always do this every single time. Lower than 10, it's going to be the stupid choice. Higher than 10, it's going to be patient choice.
Spoiler
Okay.
alert. No matter what you roll, Nordo always rolls stupid. And as soon as I see that he's struggling to pick up that box, if I can tell that as well, question mark?
Yeah, you rolled really well on Insight too.
I am just gonna because now I get the impression that I could probably hold this guy, so I'm gonna reach out and just try to grab him.
Sure. Give me like athletics at advantage. He's vaguely aware that he's being watched, but he's not really in a position to resist well.
Boy, that's a really bad roll, though.
Yeah, you roll a 2.
Rolled a 2 and a 1.
Man, now
Sometimes
I
the
want to
dice-
now I want to do my stupid thing.
You reach out and you kind of you grab at this thing, and at this point it becomes very, very clear to both of you, and in fact probably all of you. You grab him around the bicep, and just instinctually he kind of jerks it free. But as he jerks it free, you realize that the jerking motion doesn't line up with what you're seeing. Like there is an invisible force that is trying to pull away from you, and then a split second later, the image of the orc does, and for that split second, your hand kind of passes into his skin.
Can I shoot an arrow at him? That was my plan.
Sure, fire
What?
away.
You're
Give me
supposed to immediately attack?
give me an attack roll.
Yes. Does it count as him not acting in combat?
Sure, yeah. You have advantage for so many reasons right now.
I'm going to try doing this non-lethally.
Sure.
Can I cast shield on another person?
Not unless you're, like an abjuration wizard or something? I know there's some people that can do it.
Say I can't deflect missiles somebody else's shot, can I?
Can, but I have to spend key to do it.
Not worth that.
Did anybody
Yeah.
tell Moat that you guys wanted him to take this guy alive? Because Moat can cast shield on another person.
I feel like it was
No, I
kind of
just think
implied by
this
the fact that
plan
we
is
have...
stupid, and we could have just asked this dude, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah,
Yeah, you're not
I'm just
wrong.
trying to
You
grab
know,
him and keep him
it's
from
just
running
stupid.
away.
It's too late. I fired my arrow.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Fortunately, the shoot first, ask questions later tactic ends up not being terribly immoral in this situation. Do you use your channel divinity mode?
Yeah, I'll protect him.
All right. You fire out these 5 golden rings, and you watch as, even with the protection of these rings, the arrow just sinks in handily, with no trouble at all. And as it does, you watch as the arrow impacts something, and then it kind of like slumps through this image, and then it kind of falls to the ground, and you watch as there's an imprint. Like something invisible lands on the sand and kind of kicks up a bunch of sand, and it scatters out in various directions. But the orc continues to just kind of stand there, and it turns around and it cocks its head and it looks back at you, Ace, and it just gives this big toothy smile and kind of looks at you.
That first shot was a warning, the next one won't be. We just want to talk. Do I see an invisible thing laying on the ground?
Do you have the ability to see invisibility?
No, I mean, I'm sorry, I thought you said Moat described something invisible laying on the ground.
Gotcha. It definitely looks to you, for lack of being able to describe this better, there was some sort of invisible thing inside of the illusion that was hit by the arrow and killed, and this image is still standing in front of you.
The
Nomad
smirk he
gently
did.
kicks, like,
Can I insight that smirk? Was it like a "thanks you saved my life" smirk, or is it like a "ha ha I see what you did"?
It's you can give me an insight roll. It's this very playful, kind of condescending, almost teasy sort of like, I know that you know, but it doesn't really matter, like, let's play a game sort of look. It's almost a little unnerving to you. It's very clear to you that this is just something's puppet, and it realizes that you're onto something, but it doesn't seem to really mind too much. It's just kind of watching you.
I'd like to reach for whatever invisible thing fell.
All right, you
Or
reach.
whatever I think I saw fall.
Yeah, you kind of walk past this thing, and you reach down to this big indent in the sand where something invisible definitely fell down. And you don't feel anything. There's a divot in the sand, but nothing remains in it. Your hand doesn't bump
Do I
into anything.
see any tracks leading away?
Give me a perception check. Or survival. No, and you got to it real fast. You feel like if something had run away, you would almost certainly be able to have seen Drax, and you don't.
May I attempt to cast a spell on it?
Absolutely.
Alright, I'm gonna try if I can find it.
Alright, you call out to this thing and you speak a command. What's your command?
I tell him to unveil.
Attaboy. Command is the best spell in the game.
so what if you can't see them though? It says you have to be able to see them.
Give me a spell casting check mode. Charisma check. Actually, I don't know if that would even... Well, we'll see what you roll. You can always blame the dice.
Yeah! 15's pretty good.
15's pretty good. You cast the spell, and nothing, it doesn't react. It kind of looks to you. It's clearly aware that you tried to do something to it, and it gives you this same kind of cockeyed, terrible, kind of just condescending smile as it stands there silently, creepily. With a 15, you're not really entirely sure why it didn't work, but he might have saved. There might be something else going on. The spell didn't connect.
Okay.
Nomad.
Yeah, could I use my reaction to figure out what was that?
Sure. You could try to identify anything going on. Give me an Arcana check.
Sure. 17. I roll a 4.
17 is still enough. This is a pretty basic set of spells, and I'm pretty sure it's one that you guys have access to. You're very certain that this is some sort of an illusion, and you would know that there are a couple of ways that you could put a tangible presence behind an illusion using very low-level magic, like Unseen Servant or anything like that. It's some sort of basic illusion spell, probably an Unseen Servant behind some sort of illusion.
And now, okay, this is a very simple thing. They're both kind of short range unless, well, the servant can travel further away. So this is what Nomad's gonna do. He's going to shut his eyes and open them, and they're glowing. He's gonna detect minds around him.
All right. 30-foot range. Browsing surface thoughts. You detect all of your party members. You detect the 4 other orcs who have all kind of stomped and are looking down. And at first they look like real angry and upset because you've shot their friend. But then they see that the guy doesn't take the arrow, and they are clearly aware that something strange is going on. Within 30 feet, that is all you get, but you're also you guys led them a little bit away from the boat. If you want to head back over to the boat and start scanning, that'll take 30 or 40 seconds.
Yeah. Can continue detecting for thoughts.
All right. It only takes probably a round or two, especially if you run to get back over to the ship, and then you're immediately overwhelmed with the presence of several mines. If I remember correctly, there were 16, 21, 21 orcs, all of whom have moved onto the ship except for the 5 that you brought out there, which would make 16. Math is hard. So there are 16 thoughts, 16 minds on this ship that are accounted for, which is all of the orcs that you're aware should be on this ship.
Yeah. There's no one that's not accounted for?
Correct. Sorry, hang on.
Including the person they're pretending to be?
I'm sorry, 17. There are 17 minds on this ship. So in other words, that confirms that like the number of orcs has not changed and the illusion out there wasn't counting as one of them.
Okay. So that means that illusion, the dude who's using it at least should still be here.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna,
While he's doing that, can I ping?
Yeah, you can start getting a minute long ping going. What's Gale doing?
I just pull out the Orb of Devastation.
Gently
You can still
puts-
hear us, right? And I'm gonna start to unlock it, just threateningly.
how long does it take for me to find that one mind?
Okay, one thing at a time, real quick. Gale pulls out this Orb of Devastation and begins to kind of threaten and intimidate. I guess give me an intimidation check. Ace is now about 20 seconds into his casting. Nomad at this point has made it over to the ship and has detected that there are 17 mines on the ship. They're kind of scattered around the ship. You don't really know which one is which. There are 17 mines on the ship. Gale, as you start to unwind this thing, it looks over to you and it kind of gives this curious grin, almost like impressed by what you've pulled out or intrigued by it. It still says nothing, but then it just kind of gives you a playful smile and shrugs.
I'll keep playing chicken with this thing.
Excellent. As if to, for one reason or another, he kind of like holds up one hand and he like fake punches himself in the side of the cheek and his fist just goes through his head and he does it over and over, just kind of mockingly.
Can I look? Never mind. Disregard that.
About this time, Ace's ping goes off. You can sense that there are, in addition to everything that you would expect to find, 16 humanoids and 1 aberration aboard that ship, or in that direction anyway. Plus Nomad, who is kind of a half and half.
Like cream.
I'm gonna start just physically searching that ship, like going orc to orc, making them like let me physically pat them down and make sure they're not an illusion, and then getting them off the ship and like deboarding the ship one person at a time that way.
Absolutely. Nordo kind of leading the way. You start to like manually check all of these orcs one by one, and when they realize what's going on, they're very compliant. They let you pat them down until you get to the captain's quarters in this ship, which Ace and Flick had investigated before. You find that the door is now locked, and Nomad with Detect Thoughts can detect that there is a single mind inside of that room.
Oh, I'm kicking that door the fuck down.
All right, give me athletics.
I'm gonna go with him. Keep him covered.
Relock the bomb.
Do you unlock the bomb?
Oh, relock it.
Oh, okay, I thought you said I unlocked the bomb. I'm like,
I
holy
heard
shit.
that too.
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
like, this got excited.
All right, let's roll
Oh,
it.
man,
to
I'm attempting to just like destroy this door.
Sure.
So I'm gonna go with an arm strike if I can.
That's fine, yeah. Plenty. 18 points of damage destroys a wooden old door that's not magical very, very easily. It splinters, and as soon as you step inside, you see that almost kind of mockingly draped across the captain's bed in a draw me like one of your French girls pose is this orc, the same orc, wearing the same ring and the same clothing and the same equipment. who's just kind of idly sitting on the bed, and he looks up at you as you burst through the room, and just kind of looks at you and is like, I see. In a voice that does not sound very orcish. You have very good passive perception. You're immediately aware that there's a lot of weird magic shit going on in this room. The room is very cold. He seems to be giving off this kind of steaming, frosty, hazy aura, like he's just come out of either a hot bath in the winter or vice versa. You can see that there are these glowing runes kind of just dotting some of the walls and the floors and all around here. And you can see that this orc, despite looking identical otherwise, has these just solid white eyes. And he's kind of giving this disrespectful, kind of snobby, sarcastic, playful look as he kind of stands up from the bed slowly.
I'm gonna just produce my axe and just say, last chance to talk before this gets violent.
Oh, please, I do love violence. Come on then, let's see it.
While he's doing that, I reach into my bag and pull out the skull and my rapier.
Alright.
I'm going to attack recklessly, but also non-lethally.
Alright, excellent. Give me a charisma saving throw.
Ruh-roh.
Charisma, oh no.
Uh-oh.
That's not my best stat.
It's not bad for someone whose stat isn't very good.
Alright. You realize that this thing is just toying with you, and there's probably one way that this thing can go. You draw your battle axe and you charge into the room. And you get up to about halfway through the room when there's just suddenly this... it's hard to describe. It's like you're kind of pushing your way through a jelly wall. But you know that it's all in your head. You know that it is just a mental sensation that you're not able to fight through. But it presents itself so strongly that it feels like you're literally pushing against a physical wall. And as you look down, you can see that there is a line of these runes on the floor that are now glowing this bright, bright blue. And as you push up and are unable to, approach, he gives this enormous grin, and he stands up off the bed with a creak, and he walks right up to you. And he kind of leans in close, but not, close enough to touch you or cross that threshold, really. He says, "So it's true. Nordo, son of Nordo. Interesting."
Am I able to react or am I paralyzed?
Yeah, so he's effectively just wasted his turn coming up and talking to you. You can tell that you were not able to kind of get through this barrier, but you can now take another turn or an action if you want.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I was locked in place, paralyzed.
No, you're not paralyzed. It feels to you like there is some sort of a barrier going on here. And by the way, everyone else is with you. We can jump into initiative real quick if we want.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's pull
Let's
some
do it.
people over and get in here. Actually, we could probably just do the airship. Oh, right, wrong ship. Yeah, let's come back over to this map then.
Who is this guy? This
I
is
don't
making me
know.
crazy.
He's your real dad.
He's my real dad. He's my Joker.
Surprise.
He's Ace's dad.
Somebody's dad is who they think their dad is in this campaign.
8 PCs, none of them know who their dads are. Most of them think they know who their dads are. though.
I thought I knew who my dad was. He's still alive and everything, but nope. That
Sorted it out.
shit.
I know who my dad is.
My parental figure is a giant brain.
Gil has a vague
another
idea
brain.
of who his dad is.
I thought our last party was daddy issues. The party.
Our last party was mommy issues.
Yeah, so it was more mommy issues in my first campaign.
Your mom was struck by lightning. Your other mom went to lesbian. Then you had a mom that was trapped in an orb. You had a lot of moms
I
going
had a
on.
lot of moms. But anyway, back to this whatever.
Talk amongst yourselves because I have to frantically prepare a map.
So-
Ship is long.
Suggestion: since fighting this guy is clearly not going to get us anywhere, maybe we should just ask him why he's here and what he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, for the record, as soon as Nordo...
Instead of just shooting everyone we see
Yes,
first
yes.
thing.
As soon as
I
Nordo
shot one
sees
person.
that
One
he
person.
can't get to this guy, and as soon as the guy seems to recognize him and knows who he is, he does like lower his axe.
They scoldingly at Ace and Nordo.
I was just trying to grab the guy. I wasn't trying to hurt him.
Yeah, sure, you just wanted to talk.
Just want to talk.
In this case, I actually did just want to talk to this guy
With your axe.
with my axe. Sometimes you gotta,
It keeps you confident.
convince a guy to talk.
That's how it works.
He gets it.
He clearly didn't want to just talk, but I need him to just talk.
I mean, he was talking, technically.
Only kind of.
Say that, like, alcohol is the social lubricant. Like, some people need that to really talk. Well, maybe that's the solid state of or the liquid state of social lubricant. Well, sandwich. A lot funnier in my head. I'm sorry. I'm also
That's
not
pretty
sure
fine.
any of this is going through.
No, we're getting this because it's
We got all that, yeah.
Violence is the solid state of liquid talking.
Courage.
And then I heard something about a sandwich.
I said the knuckle sandwich is the solid state of the social lubricant
Okay.
because booze is the liquid state.
But what's the plasma state?
Jello shot.
Acceptable.
Good answer. All right, let's do some initiative shit.
But what flavor is the Jello shot?
Violence. Because reasons.
Never mind.
God damn it! What are you doing?
I feel like violence is cherry
Bro.
flavored.
All right. So at this point, things are clearly tense, but Nordo looks like maybe he's starting to lower his axe a bit. Ace, what would you like to do?
So I pulled the skull that makes me invisible to aberrations out,
All right.
and I'm gonna move in here. Does he look like he can see me?
Let me double check. Does that make you invisible to all aberrations or just mind flayers?
I don't know because you didn't put the item inside.
You're
The
right.
thing.
If I remember correctly, that thing is based on a rules as a written magic item that specifically only works on mind flayers. But let me check. Mind Flayer Skull. While you have the skull in possession, you're invisible to mind flayers, as is anything you're wearing or carrying. You do see that he continues to just kind of track you, along with everyone else. He doesn't seem to have lost sight of you.
Gotcha. I'm just gonna step
Where'd you
probably
go?
next to him. And the moment I notice he's noticing me, I'll probably put it away just so that Nomad can still see me.
Sure.
But I'm gonna
Where'd you
hold
go?
my action if he tries anything stupid to attack him.
All right. Fair.
I just realized if Ace is always carrying this, has he always been invisible?
It's in my backpack. I don't know if I have to physically
Your
touch it.
possession.
I've kind of been ruling it that he has to be holding it a little more on his person than that, but we'll stick with that ruling.
Okay.
He has to be touching it with his
It's
hands.
kind of
at
like
least.
the. Yeah, it's kind of like the One Ring. You can carry it around, but it doesn't really work unless you put it on.
You had to wear it,
Maybe
yeah.
he has to actually wear it like a skull cap.
On his head, yeah.
You
I
have to
thought
put
about
on
it.
your head.
I really thought about it.
I mean, Ace is probably small enough.
All right.
Will you allow a talk around here at 20?
Sure. Yeah, we can do a talk round real quick.
Super duper. I reach into my satchel and produce that letter that I got at the monastery from someone who told me to come here. And I just say, I take it you're the one who sent me this.
He kind of reaches a hand through this, not all the way through, but like right up to the edge of this barrier. Holds it out like he's asking for the note.
Yeah, I'm not going to hand it to him or anything, but
Just suit yourself. He kind of like lifts his nose up and he looks down at the note. He's like, "Oh no, that's not me, but I recognize the handwriting."
can I make an insight check?
Sure.
Terrible. I'm gonna.
Can I also make an insight check?
Sure.
The lowest it can be, I think, is a
21 looks like.
I think so. Let me double check.
For the record, I think talk rounds are supposed to happen at like the very top of each round of initiative, but
Oh, I thought they were 20.
I might. Who
It's a 19.
For the time being, we'll just go with this. This works. Yeah. You both get the sense that he's being sincere, a little playful, and clearly, up to something, but sincere. He's not lying about the handwriting.
How do you know my father's name? Or mine, for that matter.
Oh, I can't just go giving that up for free now, can I? But it is good to know. Valuable knowledge.
Valuable to who?
Oh, however you want. I can, I shouldn't say much. I don't think we're quite as friendly as you and I believe, but, it is good to meet you, Nordo, son of Nordo. And he does kind of look like he's starting to pull away from the barrier a little bit as he's saying all this.
Okay.
They'll bring us down to Moat.
All right. I'll walk up to the barrier. I'm going to sheath my weapon. And I'm just going to say, look, just work with us here. Tell us what we need to know. And it doesn't need to end like this. Just work with us and you can walk away. And I don't know if he knows what this means or what this symbol means, but I'll hold my hand up to the holy symbol on my chest. And then for my action, I'm just going to dodge.
That means he's my cleric. Number one. I'm on the shield, I think.
And for the record, you can do this on the talk round too. You don't even have to wait for your turn for this. Talk round is for everybody.
Oh, okay.
So interesting. Give me what do you want? Give me a persuasion check.
Oh no, that's a terrible roll for me.
Oh, that's tempting, and I don't believe I need to leave immediately. I'm always interested in making a deal, but at the same time, I can leave whenever I wish. So, what do you have to offer me?
It's cute that you think you can leave whenever you wish.
And then he leaves.
What are his surface thoughts, by the way?
Right. So you use your action. You would have used it if you were coming
surface.
in. Surface, I think,
Surface.
does still take an action, but let me double check.
Nah.
Can I use, I think I have 10 feet of movement left. This is probably a terrible idea. Can I try to step past this barrier?
Movement will happen on your turn, and we will definitely check that in just a second, but let me read what this detect thoughts things.
It's shifting to another creature that's an action. I've already focused on them.
As an action on each turn until the spell ends, you can focus your mind on any one creature that you can see within 30 feet of you. You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, which is whatever is on its mind. And then as an action, you can either switch to another surface or another creature, or you can probe deeper. I guess you probably could have used your action to shift to him on the way in.
I feel like that's literally what what happened
Sure.
the moment I
Yeah.
saw him.
No, you've been sweeping with this thing. That's fair. So because you're already locked on, you're getting a constant stream of his surface thoughts. And right now, the surface thoughts on the tip of his mind are
Bagels.
no, it's three or four different ways that he could get out, all just back to back to back. He thinks of literally just escaping through a window. He thinks of casting a spell and disappearing. Give me a luck check though, actually. Yeah, those are the two. Those are the two that he's kind of considering, and he's considering them almost playfully, like, oh, wouldn't it be silly if I just climbed out a window right now? You do get the sense that there is... He's taking things seriously. You can tell that this kind of playful act is just an act. But at the same time, he's not in a tremendous amount of fear. He feels like he's in a decent bit of control of this situation.
So Nomad, with his arms just kind of behind his back, just says, like, the window, the spell, perhaps one of these runes. There are many ways he could escape. Though the first two he says just as they come to his thought, as if to say, I can read you. I know what you think.
And he does look up and he kind of smiles at you. He's like, there we go. You know, it's funny. I've spent years and years and years trying to figure out how to block that, and I still haven't got it down.
Tinfoil.
Tinfoil?
What?
I've heard lead, but I've also heard that's bad for your breathing. Should I try it?
Inadvisable.
Inadvisable. Good to know.
Oh,
What is that?
No.
What's that
My
ring on your
name
finger?
It's great.
This? Oh, one of many trinkets that I've earned. Would you like to see
Are there
another?
any? Will I regret that?
Not yet. And he kind of looks down at where you're standing relative to the runes on the floor.
If we pull that ring off, will it hurt?
Me? Oh, heavens no.
Damn it.
Can I identify these runes?
Sure. We're going a little loosey-goosey on initiative, but this is fun, so let's keep it going. Give me an Arcana check. Moat, you can, because we're loosey-goosey, you kind of start to inch forward, and he does watch closely, and he kind of, he takes up a little bit of a defensive stance, not really sure what you're up to. But let me get a charisma saving throw.
Actually, if you don't mind, if it's not too late, since I used my action to dodge, can I bonus action try to Misty Step behind him?
Sure. Let me double check a thing. Yeah, let me get a charisma saving throw.
I'm assuming this is not a charm effect.
It is not.
13 then.
You cast the spell audibly and visibly, and you can see mist begin to kind of form over the surfaces of your body. But then there is a burst, and steam kind of pops out in all directions, and you're still standing where you were before. And with that, he looks to you with some degree of actual surprise. Nomad, you immediately, instantly, the very first thing that you detect in his surface thoughts are images, not images, but stories. Stories of a fiery bird immediately are the first thing that this guy thinks about. And he looks to Moat, and then he looks to you, Nomad, and then he looks back to Moat, and he says, huh, that is curious.
That's his nickname. Says Nomad.
You can tell...
Excitement.
You can tell now, actually, Nomad, the seriousness is maybe starting to give a little bit of way to fear. He's thinking a little more seriously about bailing.
Do not
I'm gonna
run
just,
yet.
I'm just gonna come over into this room, sit down in the corner, like right on my ass, just like I don't have the emotional or physical energy to deal with any of this.
I like
Uh,
you.
I'm gonna hold an action in case he tries to cast a spell.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I don't know if I could have done this during talk round, but if we're kind of just going loosey goosey with it anyway, Vasu's kind of just stay. But I do want to have Shu, since he did confirm there were windows on the captain's quarter. Shu is just gonna like fly around to one of these windows, probably the one that this guy would have maybe glanced at when he was thinking about ducking out a window.
Sure.
And Shu's just gonna be standing in that window with a stick of dynamite in his beak. Like, Shoo!
Excellent. So you're not really sure which window is thinking of because you're not nomad, but you have Shu go to the nearest window with a stick of dynamite in its beak, and it just kind of menacingly stares in the window at this guy.
He'll like tap the window with his beak first. Like, Shoo!
He looks over his shoulders like, "Oh, I like all of you. You're inventive. Oh, if things were different. Maybe they can be someday."
So what's the same? Who are you and why are you here? My name is Nomad, by the way.
Oh, I'm nobody. Nobody important. Or maybe I am.
Everyone says that.
He's not gonna tell you his real name. Duh.
Oh, I'm just waiting for him to think it because you automatically think these things as a surface thought. It's a very psychological.
What would persuade you? What would change your mind? What would garner your respect to your authority? Oh, I know just the thing. And you can kind of see all of these things forming, a few seconds before he says them, Nomad. And you watch as he kind of snaps his fingers, and there's a little bit of a poof, literally, of smoke that momentarily obscures him. And when the smoke fades, he's still about the same size, but instead of being an orc with these solid white eyes, he now looks like a human, regally dressed. In fact, Moat and Flick and maybe Ace with a history check. But Moat and Flick for sure would immediately recognize the form of the King of Willingquet, who is a human male in kind of his early 50s, healthy, good shape for his age, but he's dressed in every ounce of regal splendor. The difference being that he has these solid white eyes, and his proportions are like comically exaggerated, almost like a caricature or even like a political cartoon. It looks like this just kind of mocking mess. This terrible caricature of the King of Willingquet. But it's especially grotesque because even though the proportions are all cartoony and wrong, it's still real flesh and real hair and stuff.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's a weird look. Perhaps authority. You guys respect authority around here, don't you?
No.
Do you know who we are?
Yeah. As a rule, no.
Huh, well, isn't that a shame? Oh well, you can call me whatever you want. I like King. King is good.
King is a good name.
All right then, King. What's your business on this island?
At this point, Nomad, it has been about a minute. You can recast it if you want.
Super long shot here.
It's well.
This guy doesn't strike me as familiar from anything I've read with the Order or anything. I'm sorry, I know I pull that card every single week, but I feel like I have to.
No, you have to. Like that's what you're here for. Give me a history check.
Perfect. All right.
Even with a 1, you immediately recognize him as the King of Willingquet. Like a joke, not the real one for sure, but clearly that's what he's going for. With that said, nothing else kind of stands out to you.
Can I
Awesome,
do
thank
two
you.
things?
Sure.
First off, having seen him change shape, can I make a check to see if I know what creature changes shape like that? Or did he cast a spell?
Sure. You can use your reaction to give me either. It would be an Arcana check. Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
Do I have advantage because either humanoid or aberration? Or
Roll twice. If it's an aberration thing, you'll have it, and if it is a magic thing, you won't.
Gotcha. So here's the first roll.
Hope it does.
You watch very, very closely with a nat 20 and a 22. And you can see that there are actually two effects that are happening at the same time. You can see that the clothing seems to transform almost instantaneously with the snap of his fingers, and that also seems to be what produced the smoking effect. It does seem to be an instant transition of some sort that was magical. But you can see that his body does not change instantly. There is a terrible stretching, twisting, bubbling under the skin, bones rearranging. It looks very much to you like he was actually physically, anatomically changing his form into another form, which feels very much to you like a doppelganger or a changeling or a mimic.
Gotcha. Can I also try to step over the line and see what happens?
Yeah, sure. As soon as you do, we are. Before you do that, I'm going to pause you right there. Did anybody else have anything that they wanted to do in the talk round? Because this is probably going to kick us back to initiative.
I did a spell check to figure out what that thing is.
Right, yes, the 25 up there. Yeah, 25 is great. You were able to identify that spell as these are abjuration runes, and specifically they are runes that are designed to keep out different types of creatures. You get the sense that it is probably a magical circle or something very similar to a magic circle. And you would know that that sort of spell can keep out lots of different types, including fiends, fae, undead, elementals, celestials. It's kind of pick and choose whatever you want.
A lot of us are those.
Or at least partially those. You would know that like a tiefling would not be stopped by it.
Oh, okay.
They might have like an uneasy feeling, but they're not fiend enough to not like to be kept out of a magic circle just because they have a little bit of fiendish blood.
Nomad takes note of the people who've been stopped then.
And then I had asked him what his business was on this island, and I don't know if he intentionally didn't answer that or if he just hadn't had a chance to.
He's kind of being hand wavy, a little wishy washy. He's not really
Okay.
interested in divulging. As Ace kind of steps through the line, he real quick reaches out a hand to one side towards Ace, not to hit, but clearly in sort of like a threatening pose. And as he does, there is another flash of light, and you watch as this object materializes in his hands. And at first it looks kind of like a chakram, kind of like you've seen Moat use at range. It's like this bladed circle. But unlike those chakrams, it seems to be bladed on the inside and the outside, and it has a bar running down the middle of it, kind of like a riot shield almost. And then there is a click, and both of the bladed semicircles, each half of the circle, flips outside. And you can see that it forms a double-ended scimitar. Which is dripping water, and as the water splashes onto the wooden floor, it freezes instantly into little droplets of ice on the floor. And he just kind of holds that in front of Ace, and he like almost playfully, but there's a little bit of like a serious fear underneath it. That said, nope, get back.
You're killing me, my dude.
Not yet, I'm
Well.
not.
I meant metaphorically.
Alright, because Ace is compliant, it doesn't jump straight back into initiative. We can kind of be loosey-goosey about this still. But with that said, he is actually, he has an intent that requires initiative. So, Moat, you can tell that he is getting afraid, and it looks like he's probably going to try to flee. You guys are all watching him closely. You're aware of his intentions. It looks like he is trying to back away and potentially find some way to get out of this situation. So when Moat gets back, he will be the next act.
Sorry, she just got back. So I'm assuming there was just more talk around.
It was a little bit more talk, but then Ace crossed the line. This guy drew a double-bladed scimitar from thin air. It kind of just materialized in his hand. And he looks very nervous now, and it looks like he's going to try to bolt or fight or something. He's taking a combative stance. So we're kind of back in initiative now.
Okay. I will still weapon sheathed approach the barrier, and I will look at him and I will just say, oh boy. I will say, you're scared and I understand that, but you're scared because you know you're not going to get away from this. Just work with us and we'll let you leave. And I will dodge.
Alright. Give me a persuasion check, just so it's out there.
It's probably not going to do anything but worth a shot. Oops,
Okay.
sorry. Hit it.
Alright. He seems a little undeterred. He kind of seems like he's, it's hard to gauge his reaction until he actually acts, but he doesn't seem immediately deterred.
No worries.
Elise is getting closer. She's just kind of at the ready. She's got her weapons drawn. She's getting ready to heal anyone that needs help, but she's not acting yet. Vasu, you can tell that this guy's probably a flight risk.
that window open that
Uh,
Shu's pecking at?
It is not. There are currently all of the windows are closed. There are 3 of them, including one that looks out in the direction that you guys were just coming from. There's the one here, which is kind of a big one. There's one closer to here, which is just a porthole, and then there's another one, actually be like here, that looks back and out.
I'm gonna have Shu work on just like getting the window open, I guess, if he can. This is more for shits and giggles than anything else at this point, though. Vasu, though, is just going to kind of. I'm gonna stay where I can still like see him and get a clear shot to him. The thing I want to hold is just a bonus action, though.
Yeah, that's
like,
fine.
can I hold both?
Like-
or would I just get the bonus action?
So what are you trying to do?
Well, like I'm just gonna like water whip him to knock him prone. If like he does try to bolt, and like I can get that out before he does.
Yeah.
But that's just a bonus action.
No, that's fine. You
Then
can you can ready that as your main action. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my turn. I'm just kind of holding that.
All right. Flick, you've got good combat instincts. You can tell that this guy is getting ready to either fight or run.
Alright, let's see. I'll attempt to get in front of this window over.
All right.
I'm assuming I have to make a charisma saving throw.
You do. As you approach that line, you have to make a charisma saving throw. And you find yourself totally unable to force your way through. It's like you've hit a physical wall, even though you know it's all mental.
Well, this is dumb. Alright,
It's all in your head, Flick.
If I dash and try again, can I do that, or is it a once a turn thing?
Let me go check. I think it's actually my understanding.
Or a one and done, that's possible too.
You get the feeling that you would need to like try some sort of magic to get through. In fact, I've been giving you guys a minor buff. Technically, without the use of magic, it is totally impossible to get through at all. Fight as hard as you like. You get the feeling you're not getting in there without magic. Okay, now you can give me another charisma save. But unfortunately, just like Moat before, the mist forms on your skin, pops, and you're right where you were standing.
This wall's dumb. And that's all I do.
Actually, before you do that, immediately after you cast that spell, you watch as, with lightning fast reflexes, King grabs this double-bladed scimitar and swipes it towards the hand that was performing the verbal component as a reaction. Through the field.
You mean somatic?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
My
but I
bad.
wasn't gonna say anything, but
He hand puppets it.
Yeah, that
Maybe
thing.
he was signing it.
he misses.
16 misses. All right, good enough. Nomad.
He doesn't smile, but he says, "Smile."
Fuck.
That's even
Like-
scarier.
Yeah, it's like, I was wondering when I would have a reason to provoke you. And he raises a hand, and he dispels magic on that.
Oh, son of a bitch. Fuck, you just used reaction, no! Yeah.
Sorry, inspiration.
You don't waste it. It's. Oh wait, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Yes, do waste it.
Yeah,
I forgot a thing.
It's inspiration.
That 19 will do though.
Yeah,
yeah.
The Nat 19 does it, and you watch as these
Yeah.
runes one by one pop down the line, and they are dispelled. Oh no, I killed
Frisk
Ace.
is angry because again,
Good
but
business.
All right,
that's it.
excellent.
I don't have any bonus actions.
All right. When you watch, and we'll say just for flavor, with the trailing thoughts that you get from the tail end of your detect thought, there is a sudden, deep fear that sets in. and he realizes that he is in trouble. Oh boy, the fuck does he do now?
Thank you, Bastin Elise, for lending me this spell.
Oh fuck, that's from
For donating to my Patreon. Yeah, this is from the new thing. I wouldn't have this spell if I didn't ask for it earlier.
Nomad Trust Fund.
Nomad Trust. The Nomad GoFundMe.
Okay. He is going to begin casting a spell.
I don't have counterspell though, so
Oh, thank
You said it.
fuck.
You said it took
Gale-
my. You said it took my reaction to identify him or whatever I did earlier.
ooh, Gale has a thing.
So I guess that he was holding something for if he cast a spell. I don't know what it is.
He did.
He says, "Hi, I'm eating sushi."
That's his reaction to eat sushi.
Sure thing.
I would also hold a reaction to, or holding a bonus action. Like I said, if he was running or tried to run, but it might be stretching and reaching for a bit. But I also knows by now that when a wizard casts a spell, he might be trying to run.
Oh, for sure. Basically, as soon as this spell either succeeds or fails, you will get that. Actually, you know what? You had it readied, and you can react with a counter. I don't see why not. Sure, go ahead and give me that. So it's what, a strength save for him?
Is
I should just fucking make a macro for this. But yeah, it is a. Fuck, what is it?
I'm pretty sure it's a strength save.
Dex save.
Oh, it's a dex save. Shit. Then that is actually a...
Yeah.
That's a 22.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, he's probably fine.
It's a tremendous difference. I like that strength save though.
Alright. So I feel bad doing this to my own character, but
It's not quite.
you forced my hand. You can say that, but I know the truth. Gale just as the guy, kind of like watching out of his corner of his eye, not hugely paying attention, but he's just going to raise a hand up to his mouth, and he's going to eat that black stone that he put in the ring.
Oh, fuck. Fuck, what does that do?
Silence.
Is that one of the ones that I took out of Shul's hands? What did we do with those? Don't put that in your mouth, Gale.
Gale can put anything he wants in his mouth, thank you.
Oh, that's dirty. Okay, Alright, so that just casts silence centered on you?
Yep.
Alright, so everything suddenly goes silent, cutting off his spellcasting halfway through. Boy. Does he have any way... I mean, he knows what that is. How does he react? What else can he do?
Stabbing immediately, I guess. That was his action. Or, like, did it happen before he could do his action?
No, Gale did it as a reaction to him casting a spell, which is the exact same timing as a counter spell, so he would lose the slot. So he just has a bonus action. He is going to... Who is there? You're small. You're small. You're slow. Okay, I think this is his best bet. He is going to try to tumble through Moat. So I need an acrobatics check from Moat.
I'm assuming dodge doesn't help at all with this.
It does actually. Dodge gives you advantage on dex checks.
Ty, you said
Yeah,
acrobatics?
34 though.
I could beat a 34.
If it's athletics, I could.
It is acrobatics specifically. He chose you because you look slow.
Perfect. Well, I can't beat it, so.
All right, excellent.
Damn it.
Well,
That was a good try, Mo.
here.
I had to try.
Okay, now here comes the hard part. I need several opportunity attacks. One from Flick, one from Ace, one from Moat.
I want
Did
to try
you-
to grapple him.
Let me check. I have a rule on that. I forget what it is, so let me go check what that is.
Cool.
Did you say that me investigating him took my my reaction?
No, you guys were in like a talk round, so that's
Oh, okay. Then that means I had a held action, which was to booming blade him whenever he did anything nefarious.
fine. Okay, excellent.
So I would have booming bladed him whenever he tried casting a
It's
spell.
currently silent.
Yeah, so you start to cast
True.
the booming blade, and then it gets cut off halfway, just like his does.
So I guess I don't get my action anyways then.
Yeah.
I still get the base damage from my weapon though.
No, unfortunately, if the spell is counterspelled or canceled for any reason, you don't get the attack as part of it, which is a real son
Really?
of a bitch.
Even if I stab him?
Even
Okay.
if you stab it. So, grappling on opportunity attacks. When you perform an opportunity attack, you can attempt to grapple the target with disadvantage.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I'll give it a shot.
Alright, Godspeed.
I get to choose athletics, right?
You can do it, yep.
God,
Well,
Look,
Good God.
son of a whore.
I believe almost. Oh God,
Yeah,
that's a
this
good roll though.
guy
Valiant
is
effort.
slippery as fuck. It's almost unnerving seeing something that looks so twisted and cartoony, like moving so fast. And he's clearly got, like, even though you can tell that he's terrified, he's just kind of giggling and laughing to himself the entire time. This nervous, awful, twitchy laugh.
Not that I can hear it.
True, accurate. Okay, so we do need reactions from Ace. You can just take a normal stab because. Oh wait, no, you used your booming glue. That's right. But Flick can take a
Yep.
reaction. 20 does just hit for 12 points of damage, and then you take 25 points of cold damage. As from the wound comes this immediate crystalline growth of ice that crawls up your wrist and up to your shoulder and about to your neck. And you can just feel this jagged ice pierce into your skin.
Okay, how much was it? I have resistant to cold.
25 cold damage.
Okay, and do I round down or up? So that'd be 12 or 13.
12.
Okay.
Okay, so far so good. We've done 10, 15, 20. The next step triggers from Elise. Who misses. The next step triggers from Vasu. Or sorry, where are the stairs? Stairs are this way.
Okay. Yeah. Fuck
Ooh,
yes.
boy, that does land.
And he can no longer run. Guess who has
Son
sentinel?
of a bitch. Yeah, you do slam in. Just like Flick, you do watch as ice rapidly crawls down the length of your weapon, up your wrist, past your elbow to your neck, and you feel this piercing, jagged pain. 25 points of cold damage.
Is that within 10 feet or 5 feet?
Let me go check.
Because our armor of
I
Agathis
can attack
only
from
work.
reach.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Not only can he attack from reach, he can't attack not from reach.
If a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have these hit points.
Oh, even better.
And that was a melee attack. It was just with the reach weapon.
It was.
So yeah, you do take the 25 points of cold damage, Vasu. But you're right, he is now stuck. He has used his movement, his action, and his bonus action. That brings us to Gale.
Just to kind of ice the cake a little more, since I did hit him with an attack, I needed to make a con save.
Oh, son
you
of a
do.
bitch.
That's exactly correct.
Monks! It's what we do!
That's the kind of saving throw I like to see.
Ah!
Delightful.
That's great. I love seeing a 3 on a con save.
You can't tell me this isn't. We all know it is.
I don't know.
The stats are like identical.
Alright. That brings us to Gale.
But he has spells.
Also, you said 25?
Yeah, 25 points of cold damage.
Ouch.
Gale runs around the corner and gets a little overzealous with the first swing, even with them stunned. But the second one does land for 25. Takes
Oh,
some
thank
damage.
fuck I resist that because I just did Water Whip.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Love these bracers. So that's 12, right?
Yeah, that is 12.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
It's all good. And then some of that carries over. Shit. All right. All right. And then 24 also lands for an additional 5. And at this point, you can see that the icy armor has fallen off.
Cool. I'll go stand in the doorway.
Are you the source of silence?
All right.
Hello?
I
I think he is the source of silence. Yes.
Yeah, it moves with you, right? I think.
How big
Yeah.
is it?
Centered on me. 20-foot radius.
Radius. Am I within that radius? Let me see. Yeah, just within it. It's fine.
All right, Norda.
Alright. I'm gonna chase after this here feller. See him all nice and stunned here. Which way is like the exit of the ship? Is it over this way?
So it looks like he is trying to get to this stairwell right here, which will lead up
Okay.
into the Stern Castle, and then he will walk out through this double door, presumably.
Outstanding. Alright, then I will walk around to sort of the front side of him here. And I will begin with an attack, which will be non-lethal. But also non-reckless. Wow. Oh wait, that's advantage, I forgot.
21 slams in for 15 and a wound.
And I will expend a superiority die.
Oh, son of a bitch. Alright. So I think with stun he just auto fails, but let me check.
Oh boy, that's real good.
Stun.
Those are 32.
Automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws. It's the same deal. Yeah, he can't resist that. So he's restrained.
Outstanding. So Nordo sweeps the axe down over the front of him and then reaches out with his hand, and that like crystalline growth starts to grow and hold him in place again. He would yell, "Stop resisting!" but he's in silence. And then I will attack again.
That one, I don't even know how to justify a miss, but it misses.
And I will do an unarmed strike. Let's go and make it a flurry of blows, actually. Incredible.
Woo! I guess he's like not paralyzed, he's just stunned. Even in his stunned stupor and with you grappling him, he's continuing to just wriggle free in all of these ungodly ways. You hear bones cracking under the skin, body
But we
contorting
don't.
in ways that you... I guess you don't, you're right. The 24 does land, though, for 9 more points.
Really
of
glad that we don't.
Me too. And on the final hit, just on the off chance we get into some initiative fuckery here, like another con save.
Damn it.
Hell yeah, Monk
Better
Bros.
believe I will double stun this guy to make sure he doesn't get out of it.
Alright. Double stunned. Actually, can he... is that a thing?
I don't even know.
I thought there was a rule about, like, when something is affected by the same thing twice, it takes whichever one is stronger, and in this case, I guess whichever one is stronger is whoever has the
Everyone
lower
goes away.
initiative.
Yeah.
So yeah, that works.
Cool.
Alright.
That's it for me. It's action, movement, bonus action.
Alright. That will bring us to the top of the round. Flip.
It didn't roll for me.
Did it not? What?
Yeah. I think it's because you deleted him during
Because
the
you
talk.
Oh,
deleted
you're
me.
right. You're right. Let me add you real quick.
Oh, thank God he goes before us.
I think I go first.
No, I mean, King goes before me and Vasu.
We go after Flick.
all right. Yeah, Flick is the first act.
Okay. Let's see. Guess I'll just hit him.
20 slams in for 28 points of damage. Or do you have your... you don't have your compass currently.
Compass would not be up, no.
Alright, still 19 points of damage. You do notice that the cold doesn't seem to be affecting him too terribly much.
Which sucks, because that's a lot of it. Well, not the sneak.
Alright. Anything else?
No. I can't do anything because there's silence everywhere.
Alright.
But it's very important that we keep that up, so.
Correct.
Ace.
All right. I'm going to use my bonus. I'm going to use my main action to dash to get to here, out of the silence, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark him.
Excellent.
Nice.
And that's all I can really do. Actually, no, I can move back in, and I'll move back into this and back in after that.
Use your main action?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
dash.
I can't cast Hunter's Mark inside there, and it lets me track him.
Wait, did you just move normally?
I think
No,
I did
because
dash
it
to
was
get there.
yeah, it was like 7 feet to get out of the silence.
Oh.
So I needed to move out of the silence so I could cast it.
Yeah, I mean, like, could you not have moved normally? Or is it too far?
No, I was here.
Oh.
6 would have gotten me here, and I would have still been inside the silence.
Alright, he is stunned and bleeding. He takes some bleed damage for sure. Then he tries to save out of that. Fails. And I believe that is all that he can do on his turn. Let me double check real quick. He's got a lot of shit going on. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Your main's done.
Yep. Cool.
Double stunned, restrained, incapacitated.
Yes. Oh! Okay. Good to know. Alright, sorry, carry on, but there we go. I knew he had a tool for it. Nordo.
Well, I just really, really want to knock this guy unconscious before it's too late. So I'm going to keep attempting to do that.
I believe in you.
All non-lethal. Oh, I can't attack him two-handed. It has to be one-handed. I cheated last time.
27 slams in for 6.
Ooh, a critical
That's a
hit.
big old crit for, looks like 14, 22? 22.
That 8 doesn't apply here. That's only for the bites.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Okay.
I can't find a way to make that only show up on my bite attacks.
Yeah, I don't think there's
Yeah,
a way
no.
to do it.
But the next one's going to be a bite attack.
Oh, thank God.
Aw.
You bite in, and when you pull back, you found that you've just gotten this weird rubbery flesh and nothing significant under it.
I'm going to
Rubbery
go for
flesh.
the old flurry of blows for one more attack.
Can they be bites?
Oh, thank God.
Bobber. No, I can only bite once a turn.
Oh.
Alright, one of the stuns fades.
Man, and that means I can't even stun him again either. What a bummer.
Alright, that brings us to Elise. Where is she? She's over there. How are people looking on health? A couple people took hits there. Good. I think she...
Heal? She can't heal anyway, the silence.
Oh, yeah, silence. Yep, nope. She's just going to run up and swing because that's all she can do. Did she get this yet? Does she have that? No, she doesn't. She does hit, though. Alright, that brings us to Moat.
Alright, I believe even with difficult terrain, I should be able to get around to the other side of him.
So that
And-
is, unfortunately, a wall. It goes into some of the crew quarters.
Never mind. Well,
Doors.
well, that puts me in a pickle. If you stand in an ally's space, it's a disadvantage on the attack roll.
Yep, it just means you're both squeezing, which you'll both have disadvantage, and things will have advantage against you.
Alright, I will guess stand in Elise's space, make my attacks from there, and then back up to the door.
Cool.
It cancels out your disadvantage for now, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just hoping for
Say
advantage, but
he's restrained and stunned and such.
$26 lands for 17.
and because I'm an asshole, I'm gonna go ahead and put a smite into that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you are.
Let's see. Doesn't he have something for this? Nope, just kidding. Holy fuck. Alright. Big old smite.
You're
Slams in.
undead.
He is not a fiend or undead.
Aberration.
Anything else?
That is it.
Alright, that brings us to Vazu.
Gonna have Shu fly back around. And he's gonna give me advantage on this first attack.
So
So already have advantage.
you already have advantage, and also Shu is outside. You guys are below deck right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know the map is wonky and it shows the top, but you guys are down below deck.
I'll still have him fly as close as he can to me, I guess.
Yeah, he can
he's
get
gonna
10,
get back
20,
to
30
me. He
into there. He
has
can actually,
60.
yeah, with 60 he can actually get just to there.
Cool. Yeah, he's just gonna perch back up on my shoulder if he can.
Cool.
Or I'll actually like back up to let him perch if I need to, and then step back in to do this. Woo!
Oh my goodness.
Shame about
Nice.
the crit damage.
Big ol' hit for 11.
What about
Ooh.
the damage?
Moat
I thought I was thinking,
smited.
well,
You have a smite as well.
I think I only get that for long rest, right?
You didn't even use it, did you?
I used it
Yeah,
like
he used it in the God Shell.
Oh,
yeah, I used it fairly recently, and I just can't remember if it's
it's just for long. I thought it's literally every time it happens.
Yeah, no, it has a limit.
Yeah. This happens
Just
so
takes a reaction.
rarely. Like, why would it have a cooldown?
I do.
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at it
think
right
we-
now. It says when Moat smites a creature next to Vasu, Vasu can spend a reaction
It's not
to ignite
next
a
to
weapon
you,
he's
though,
holding.
I guess.
Yeah, I think we both have to be within
Within-
5 feet of it.
He's within my melee
Reach.
range. That should count.
I promise it gets
Close
better
en-
eventually.
He's close enough, damn it. Fine.
Whoops! I told
I'll
you, it's rare as fuck.
I will keep attack. Continue attack. But these
Excellent.
are
There
going
we
to be non-lethal if they start to matter.
Woo! Alright, 20 slams in for another 10, and
And I kick. And I stun
oh,
if that
thank
hits.
God it misses.
Fuck.
So that is 11 and 10 for 21 total.
Can I retroactively put a stunning strike on the second attack? Or...
Not after you've rolled the third, unfortunately.
That's fair. That's my turn.
Okay, the stun ends, and he would like to immediately spend some rebound points. Okay, what can I do with these fuckers? At the end of another creature's turn, you can use your reaction to spend a rebound point and increase your initiative so that you act next. But he went before you, so he can't do that. He can only increase it. You could do a rebound action to perform an attack action or cast a cantrip as if it was your turn. He is going to do that. He is going to use one of his rebound points, and he's going to try to take a swing on Gale.
Disadvantage because he's restrained.
Sure is. Is a 22 hit? Or sorry, just a 20? Alright, and then I need a concentration check for silence at disadvantage.
That's my sentinel.
Oh, it doesn't require concentration. Why did I give this to you?
I just flipped them off.
22 slams in for 8 points of piercing damage, and he goes unconscious.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Wow, that's fun.
boy.
The last thing he sees is Gale flipping him off. So nice.
And let me check how this works. Cool. All right. Yep, he drops to the ground, crumples, and goes unconscious.
Right. Dibs on the brain.
Well, maybe we should
Oh wait, he's not dead. Okay, no, I mean,
try to have a conversation before you get your snack.
yeah, he's telepathically. Sorry, are you speaking? Here, let me connect to you.
Good work, little dragon.
He
Wait, I
says,
can't talk
"Good
to
work, Gale."
telepathic. Forgot it's not rare, like telepathic
Yeah.
bond. That's
Give
how
it thumbs
playing
up.
everything.
I have to disconnect from you and connect with Gale and be like, Nordo says, "Good job, little." This is such a hassle.
I'll work to begin removing all of this guy's gear that looks dangerous
Let's strip
and
him.
binding.
So, as you reach down and begin to unbuckle the very first bit of gear, as soon as the first buckle pops, the entire ridiculous royal robe outfit kind of just puffs out. And you can see that it's a rather plain-looking suit of studded leather armor, but it is definitely magical, and it seems to be tied to that whatever illusory effect was causing the weird clothing to show up. And you can see that underneath the studded leather armor, there's just some very simple clothing. It's nice, it's well made, it looks probably expensive, but it's not particularly flashy. It's just kind of a plain black tunic and some leggings. Go and give me an investigation check, see what all you can find on him.
As a precaution, can I like stand out of the silence and dispel magic every spell affecting him except silence?
Absolutely. Let's see what we got here. What level are you casting at?
I only have like, well, let's see. What's the highest level I've got right now? I can do it at level 5, I think. Yeah, I have 5th level spells. Do I have mana for 5th level spells? I do. Exactly 7. Yeah, I'm doing it at 5th level.
Okay, excellent. Checking.
Just tell me if I need to roll.
Nope, there are no rules required. You can tell that you've dispelled a couple of lingering effects that were still on him.
Cool. Just in case. I was like, I know contingency's a thing.
Yeah, I'll let Ace sort of dig through pockets and look for valuables. I mostly just like kick his weapon away from him and take off the obviously dangerous shit.
Yep. You kick the weapon to the side, and as it rattles and rolls, it pops several times with these loud cracking, rolling, kind of small explosions, and bounces a few times, harmlessly, eventually landing elsewhere on the ship. You get the armor, you get that. You do find Ace, as you're investigating his belongings, that he has 6 or 7 days of rations. He has a small sketchbook, which looks like it only has the first 5 or 6 pages drawn, but they are all different drawings of Sungul. Just different expressions, different faces, drawings of the turtle. You can see that alongside that there's a little bit of platinum. There are 15 platinum pieces. And then there is a tiny little shard of ice which appears magical to you. It is cold to the touch and doesn't seem to melt when you roll it around. It's about the size of a crown. And that is with his belongings in the coin purse. And then finally he has several rings on. The one that you had noticed on the orc earlier, plus some smaller ones, none of which are magical. But the one that you noticed on the orc's finger is this just kind of plain silver band that has a king's crown, just kind of etched into the top of it.
All right, I'll grab the ring. I'm gonna probably get a piece of cloth out and wrap the ice in it, so I don't have to touch it with my hands.
Sure.
So, quick question for you, Feck.
Yeah.
Hunter's Mark. If you bring someone down to 0 hit points with the spell, and I can use it to move it to a new creature. But if I decide not to, it just stays on that creature since he's unconscious?
Hunter's Mark, 5e. If the target drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on a subsequent turn of yours to mark a new creature. So you can do it at any time now. You don't have to do it immediately.
Yeah, but I can just keep it on him.
You can just keep it on him, yeah.
That is what I'll do. I might have missed it, but after he got hit to 0, did he morph back into something else, or does he still look like a fat king?
He still looks like a weird, like a mocking caricature of the king.
Can I take this time to investigate to narrow down which of the 3 creatures he might be?
For sure. And with him unconscious, it's easy, and with that 27 investigation. Based on the way that he morphed in the middle of combat, and especially studying his eyes, you kind of roll one of his eyelids back, and you can see his unconscious is just kind of rolled back a little bit. It reminds you a lot of changelings. It's kind of just this beady white eye with a tiny little pinprick pupil in the very center of it. Almost impossible to see, which gives the illusion of having a solid white eye.
Looks like he might be a changeling. What do I know about changelings other than the fact they can just shapeshift?
You would know that they're aberrations. You would know that they revert when they're truly dead, but not just when they drop to 0 health or become unconscious. You would know that they can take on the form of any humanoid that they have seen before, but it has to kind of roughly match their physiology, so we probably wouldn't be able to become like a 3-king because they have too many arms or something like that. You couldn't do anything with wings or stuff like that.
Might be difficult to bind him since he can just change shape. Might be best to keep him inside of a container that he can't shapeshift small enough to get out of.
You would know that he's not able to shapeshift more than like a couple feet up or down. He can't change his size classes when it comes down.
Yeah, but he can probably make his hands and wrists smaller or bigger.
That is definitely true. That is absolutely something that he could do.
So we might want to
wrap him up in this magic net, though.
Do we have a brig with actual cage?
In
No.
your ship, no, but in this ship, yes, there are 8 of them.
Excellent. There we go. We just make sure he doesn't have anything to pick the lock with. If it can hold Grung, it can hold him.
Continuing your investigation, you do also find inks and paper and a pen. Putting it all together, it looks like it is probably either a writing kit or a forgery kit. And you do find that he has a collection of wax sealing rings and some meltable wax. So leans forgery, and he does also have a set of thieves' tools.
I will take all of it. Now I can forge properly.
Yeah. Let me see.
Does anyone need any thieves' tools?
I have one currently. Actually, I think I have 2 sets of them.
He also has a well-used set of playing cards, and you don't find it on his person, but you do see that kind of tucked under the bed, there is a little black leather case that wasn't there before, which contains a bunch of sewing materials, makeup, powder, inks, and dyes. Looks like a disguise kit.
Can I take the time to follow his tracks around the ship and see if he got on the ship recently or if he has been on the ship for a while? I'm assuming he got on the ship after we landed port, but I just want to make sure.
Sure, it's going to be very difficult. You don't really leave tracks too terribly well on a
True.
ship, but you can definitely
But
try
I guess we did see that he was here a few days ago, so I don't really need to do that actually.
Okay.
So how do you think he got to this island?
That's one of the questions I mean to ask.
Magic.
Why
Perhaps.
here? What sort of powerful sorcerer would bring themselves a place like this with magic?
Well, maybe there's more to this island than we know. What's Nomad? When was the last time you ate a brain?
I had one last time we had a long rest. I ate the knoll earlier in order
Was
to
that-
find out how.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That wasn't
That's just
recent though. Was
yesterday.
that?
that was recent. Yeah,
No,
I think.
Yeah, it was
literally
yesterday.
yesterday. It's been like 4 weeks of real time, but it was literally yesterday in game.
So perhaps it might be a good idea to harvest the turtle's brain. Maybe he might know more about this island and perhaps information for Nordo. Unless anyone has any magic that can speak with the dead.
Yes, he's still mad again. I was wondering perhaps we could just question him rather than eat his brain. I do not feel very good about eating the brains of good creatures.
Doesn't that just make you really evil by eating a whole bunch of evil brains?
Yes.
You don't see the cause for alarm there, Nomad.
It is more of a moral issue than anything.
I'm just worried that your morality is going to go the opposite direction the more brains you eat of evil people.
It sounds self-balancing.
all-
As he becomes evil, he will eat good brains and then become good, and then he will only eat evil brains, and eventually it will... You see, right?
I see
You know,
what you're
what-
saying, but once he becomes evil, I'm worried he'll go after good brains and not just find dead ones.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
suppose an evil mind flayer has too many scruples about what sort of brain it eats. I don't know if they target good ones intentional.
Ah,
You
Oh,
know,
I am
think when most
already
people
evil.
say I am what I eat, they don't mean it so literally though. So I think it's
Well,
probably fine.
that's for humanoids, not aberrations.
I'm also humanoid, so he's still mad.
Well, kind of.
Ace, you would know, because you're very experienced with the Underdark and knowledgeable about its denizens. What you're talking about is a real phenomenon, but it happens on like an evolutionary scale, not on like a single mind flayer's lifetime.
Your babies are going to be evil.
I already had them. It's fine.
Oh, when are we going to meet them?
Well, they probably died.
Oh, well,
Only the strongest survive in the birthing pool.
so you're a father or a mother?
I have no idea if any of them even survived. Then yes.
Also, is this silence still up? Or are we like just mouthing at each other?
No, telepathically only.
It was only a
No
minute.
one else hears it.
It's been much longer than a minute.
10 minutes.
Oh, is it 10 minutes? Shit, you've probably still got like 2 or 3 minutes left. Who gave
assume we're
you this
making-
ability? Fuck.
I assume we're taking great care to make sure this guy is restrained
All right.
before the silence ends. Also,
Sure.
Well,
Because he's very good at this sort of thing, let me get an intelligence sleight of hand with lots of advantage, because you're taking your time and doing it very carefully.
Sure. I'm gonna bonus action give myself sleight of hand.
Yep. I'd also allow intelligence rope tying or intelligence sailor's kit.
Flick was doing it.
Yeah, anything kind of pertinent to
I mean-
tying really good knots.
Yeah,
didn't
that
Vasu say he has his
together.
net?
I'm gonna say whoever's restraining them, I am gonna give them my magic net to do this with.
Sure.
Awesome. I'll add a big old bonus for that. What is your... Let me find your magic net.
32.
Well,
Says when
that's...
something is nice. When something is entangled by this net, they are restrained. It's a DC 15 strength to escape with 1d4 piercing damage for every failed attempt.
Oh, God. Okay, excellent.
Dang, that's a good net.
30.
Thanks,
It's a very good net.
So between Vasu's net, Nomad's divine inspiration, and Flick's and understanding of knots and tying, you're able to get him very, very solidly restrained inside of one of these brigs, I assume.
Is anyone else kind of concerned with what he said earlier? How
What
he
did he
was
say?
consulting the waters. An aberration consulting the waters means that
Oh, I thought he
might
was
have
just
told
lying.
someone else. He may
No, I
have
don't
been
think
lying,
he's-
but he might have also just been contacting other aberrations. Perhaps
That's true.
a few of us should go track where he has been at on the island and see if there's anything actually of interest here to an aberration.
Yeah.
Perhaps a cave. No, Nordo. I don't know if you want to. You know the island well, but I figured you also probably want to stay with him.
Why don't we wait and wake him up, talk to him first before we.
Yeah. I kind of want to go ahead and look around though. So if you can at least tell me, are there any caves around here?
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna ask you that question. Do I know of any caves on the island?
You could give me. I feel like that would be it would definitely an intelligence check, and I feel like it's a nature check. So give me a nature check. I like if your history is better, I would probably give information for that too.
They're both the same.
Yeah, you'd know for sure that there are some caves, scattered across the island. The closest one, it is about maybe 10 to 12 minutes away. It is kind of just a small little cave that is tucked away right behind a waterfall, very idyllic. And it is pretty much used as like a crypt for the mass interment of bodies once they've kind of run out of room for just a normal burial plot. In fact, that's where bodies would normally be taken. It's a little unusual to have them buried on the surface, but you imagine that he assumed that wouldn't be an issue for this place anymore. He's running out of space.
Is that cave somewhat near where we found the body?
No, it is to the northeast along the coast. It's very probably like 3 minutes from the coast and about 12 minutes from you guys. You guys found the body down to the southeast inland about 35-40 minutes.
Gotcha. This doesn't happen to be a cave that goes fairly deep. Is it like a shallow cave? Or is it actually a cave that goes on for a while?
It does eventually reach an
that he
end.
might.
It probably takes like 8 or 9 minutes to explore down to the bottom of it, and then it just becomes inaccessible. And of that, the first third of it or so is like lit with sconces, or could be. The sconces have surely burned out by now, and filled with the bodies of the dead. And then the rest is just natural cave that hasn't been filled yet.
Also, when I pinged earlier, you said there were 5 extra humanoids?
So I don't remember the exact numbers that I used, but the information that you got from all of your pinging is that one of the humans that was originally with you was replaced with this aberration.
Okay, I thought you said there were extra humanoids too. Gotcha.
Yeah, it got a little weird in there.
What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to ping for aberrations and consult with Nomad or Nordo and see if any of those pockets of aberrations on the island line up with any of the caves that he knows of.
Sure. Give me a wisdom check with advantage because Nordo's helping.
Oh, there were pockets of aberrations? I must have missed that while I was AFK.
Not. He's
A lot were in the ocean.
Yeah, and you kind of reinforce that as you two work together. The aberrations that you've sensed and the aberrations that you're still sensing are just kind of what you would expect to see way out in the ocean. There are not any inland as far as you can tell.
Nomad, you said you're out of mana, right?
Yes.
How much does the detecting brain thoughts thing, the memories thing?
3.
We did yesterday, right?
We did, yeah.
I could transfer you. Can you dive into the memories of someone who's unconscious?
I'm not sure actually.
Good
Feck can't do that.
question. My understanding is that when people wake up from unconsciousness, they typically don't remember having any thoughts. So I'm going to assume that you would just get a black fuzz, like you would get unconsciousness.
Yeah.
What if he dove
No, what if I
deep,
deep
though?
dive? Yeah, not the surface.
Deep dive. Let's see.
You get the save
Deeper
still, I
into the same
think.
creature's mind, if its emotional state, insight into its reasoning, and something that looms large in its mind. I will rule that there will be a spellcasting check involved, and it will depend on how well you're able to probe in while he is unconscious.
Well, if you want, I have exactly the mana you need. It might be a good idea to dive into his mind while he's unconscious and find out why he's here.
I kind of think it'd be a better idea to use it while he is conscious, because didn't you say if you ask him a question, it sort of guides his thoughts a little bit, and then you don't have to go digging quite as hard?
What did his thoughts say when you asked him his name?
I don't know. Which is weird. He must be trained against this because when I say blue elephant, immediately you think of a blue elephant.
Give me an insight
Go
check,
ahead.
Nomad.
Sure. I'm actually trained in that.
Hell yeah. Great, excellent. So you remember from his conversation, he specifically said that he has been practicing, trying to learn how to get around this. He's
Oh yeah,
been-
right.
Yeah, like he this is something that he is actively trying to get good at doing. And you could tell that he was much better than most at doing this sort of thing. He has pretty good control of his thoughts.
Yeah.
With that said, he was basically just kind of telegraphing what he was about to do out loud a few seconds in advance. He was
Yeah.
kind of like going through the whole, becoming the king and announcing himself as king.
Yeah. He's gone through some conditioning to prevent that from happening, at least to some degree. But I am certain we can break through.
Well, regardless, perhaps I should just go ahead and at least give you the mana for now before he wakes up, and then you can
Appreciate
decide
it.
what you do with it after that. So we're going to spend the next 10 minutes of me giving him my last 3 mana.
It's a very elaborate secret handshake.
It's
10
very elaborate, and we don't miss a beat because we are best friends.
It's perfect. Yeah, at this point, the silence is probably actually faded for real this time.
It does take 10 minutes to do it, so.
Yeah.
I guess the fact that you can't toggle it off is a little bit of a drawback, but it'll come down to an economy of scale. 1v8 definitely works in the opposite favor.
Well, how long do you think it'll be before he regains conscious? Another 50 minutes or so?
Can I tell with a medicine check if could we just wake him up if we wanted to?
So yeah, a point of healing or any sort of smelling salts. With a decent medicine check, you could just wake him up right away. But if you wanted to see when he's going to naturally wake up, you could also give me a medicine check to try to determine that.
Sure.
Because I would like to look around a little bit before we
I mean,
wake him up.
It looks to you like Vasu got him real good. It looks like he's probably going to be out for a while.
you can go exploring if you want to, there, Lord, but it's a big island. I think we might be better off getting some information before we start poking around.
I was just going to go investigating the scuffle area and see where his tracks came from. Because he turned his foot back into normal, I'll be able to track which tracks are his, and perhaps track him back at least a good distance. I won't go too far, though. I would like to have to be accompanied by someone. Nomad should stay here, though, since he has the detect thought.
I will remain and watch our prisoner.
Yeah.
Flick, do you think you can come with me? We're both pretty good at getting out of tight situations if need be.
Sure.
All right. I guess we'll be back. Probably about, see, it's 12 miles. It's not, or 12 minutes. Not too long. We'll be back before the hour's up.
Yeah.
We won't travel too far.
Alright, so it sounds like Gale is going to go do some tinkering and get that stone replaced. It was Ace and Flick who were exploring the island?
Yeah, we're going to go
Yeah.
back to where we found the body, and I'm going to find the tracks that had the footprint that changed back. It changed its footprint, and I'm going to backtrack it to see where it came from.
Gotcha. Okay, excellent. Nomad and Vasu are watching him closely inside of the brig, all locked up. Elise will stay for that. Nordo looks like he's also staying for that. Moat, what are you up to?
I'll probably stick with him, watch the prisoner.
Okay, excellent. That's too many people.
And
watching
because I'm a ranger, I can track at full speed.
Hell yes, that definitely helps a lot.
Actually, can I go poll the orcs? Did they catch any of that? Can I just make sure everyone is good?
Yeah, we should
Well,
probably
they're
find the
walking a prisoner.
missing orc,
So-
too.
For the record, there were probably 5 or 6 orcs that are down here loading cargo that saw the whole thing go down. And the ones above deck are pretty quick to catch on. A lot of them are investigating the where the body was, and actually about the same time that Gale's silence ends, a little bit before that, that illusion, which is now just kind of frozen in place, puffs out of existence. It just blinks out in the blink of an eye. Kind of startles a few of them. But yeah, you kind of get the orcs all up to speed and try to share what's going on and make sure that everything is okay.
Is the orc that was copied here? Or is he
You-
still missing?
You don't see any signs of the orc that was copied.
Perhaps someone should locate him. He's probably hidden somewhere.
We could just ask this guy where he is. I don't see why we're not just waking him up and talking to him.
I'm gonna wake him up before I go out. Check on the orcs.
I mean, it's up to y'all, whatever y'all think's best. But you know,
It
why
takes
can't
nothing to
anybody
wake
ever just
him
be
up.
civil anymore?
I don't know when any of us have ever been
Yeah.
civil.
Says Nordo, who was the first to motion with the battle axe.
What it says next to shards of a broken door. I mean, we just wanted to
Let's
talk to
be
this
civil.
fella.
Did we
Give-
take off his armor, by the way?
Poor Gale
Yeah, it's
rolling
off.
in his
Yeah.
grave.
Gil
Give
isn't dead.
Give man an opportunity to just talk to us willingly, and he makes all sorts of jokes and acts like a little prick.
Oh, that's what, like, yeah, what's what he means. He was a prick instead of being polite.
Alright, once he's secure, I will put a lay on hands into him, and then I'll go check on the orcs.
All right.
Don't. Here,
Oh,
let's
so you're
do the
you're waking
bulk.
up you're waking up now?
That would be
If
my
Nordo tells me to wake him up now, I wake him up now.
I figured you'd wait until we got a little more information on him. That was what I meant by like, let me go explore real quick and find out where it came from before we wake him up.
That's fine.
Let me go fetch a ball gag so he can't talk.
It's a very good idea.
Cut his tongue out.
It's be a little too much, maybe.
Can he just change a tongue back? Is that how that works?
I don't think so.
Has to match his anatomy.
Yeah, you rolled. You rolled well enough. You would know that when they change, it has to match his anatomy, and a lot of the time, what that means is like if he loses a finger in one form, the new form is going to be missing a finger. To some degree, he might be able to control some of the healing a little bit, but not a ton.
Gotcha.
It's not like he can regenerate things for free. He can just change what he looks like.
Yeah,
all right.
we'll be back before the hour's up.
Ace and Flick go to do a little bit of scouting to see if they can get any preliminary intel before you wake this guy up. Let me go ahead and get survival or investigation from one or both of you.
Oh my god, you're letting me investigate? Do I get a...
Let me think if there's anything that you would get from investigation that you haven't already got. You know what? I think this would actually just be survival because you've already investigated the scene. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to backtrack him.
Yeah, you're specifically tracking, and that's survival.
Yeah, have fun, Ranger.
Woo! 26 is real good, though. It's not too terribly difficult. It has been raining for weeks and weeks and weeks, which means there's lots of mud, and also mud in places where it would normally not be. Things have spilled over because of the flooding. And that means that footsteps are pretty easy to follow for the most part until you get to, like, hard rock surfaces and things like that. You are able to determine that they both walked that direction from basically the same path that you did from Sungol's hut. And going back to Sungol's hut, you see a lot of foot activity, and a lot of things get lost because there's all of your party and all of the orcs and all of this other stuff. But a 26 is pretty good, and you're able to determine that there is this older set of footprints which seem to approach before yours did and from a different direction. It seems that they came from the north. So somebody arrived on this island from kind of over in the northern direction, approached Sungol's hut, seemed to sit down and talk with them for a while, wandered off into the jungle, and got killed, or they killed him, is what it looks like.
Gotcha. Do these footprints that he was mimicking match Nordo's?
You have Nordo to compare it to, and you have a 26. You probably need to go fetch Nordo to do it, but that's something that you can do during all
There's
of
also his footprints are actually at this crime scene, so I could just compare them right to Nordo's footprints.
Accurate. Comparing the two, they look... they're both turtle. They're not a perfect match. They look like roughly the same size. Like it could be, it's close, but it's not a perfect match.
Gotcha.
It's not like it has the same, do toes even have fingerprints? Are toe prints a thing?
Yeah, they are.
The turtles have toes.
Turtles have claws.
So they have toes.
I don't want to think too much about turtle feet. But congratulations to everyone who is now, and especially congratulations to those of you who are enjoying it a little too much. Let's Give me a perception check. Or what is your passive? No, give me a perception check. You're actively searching, Ace. And Flick, for that matter.
Okay, I don't get advantage because of human or aberrations or anything. This is just straight right.
You don't, but Flick does have advantage for reasons. As you guys are kind of following these tracks to the north to find out exactly where this creature came from originally, Ace is very focused on the ground and following the tracks and trying to get a sense for, the path that was taken. And eventually it breaches out into this open bay, kind of this stone little beach with a little inlet that is sandy. And you do see signs that there was probably a rowboat that dropped him off and then left. You can see where it kind of skidded up at high tide and left a trail that hasn't been washed away because it was done at high tide. And while Ace is studying the land and the beach and the bay and the rock, Flick, naturally your eyes drift to the horizon, just years of instinct being at sea. And far, far off in the horizon, sailing away from you to the north, you catch sails. Just tiny, tiny sails. With a 17... it's a strange-looking ship. It's a very long ship. It looks like a modern ship, but it's a bizarre design. It's very, stretched long. You can tell even sailing away from you. And it has these large, brilliant, silvery sails.
Did I pick these people up with my ping from earlier?
Negative. With that said, though, you guys have been walking for an hour, which puts you at about... you probably did... You do it at full speed, too, because you're a ranger, which means you've probably walked about 3.5 miles for all of this. And this ship looks like it is about 4 miles off the coast, so it would have been 7.5 or 7-odd miles from your ping.
I guess the question is to Slick point it out to me.
Yeah. Okay. There's a ship over there. Do you think they dropped him off? I mean, wait, no, it's not possible. He's been here a while, right?
Hold on. I'm going to start my ping. Do you recognize the sails?
Silvery sails.
We should have brought the spyglass with us.
Give me an intelligence check of some sort. You can add history with advantage, because sailor. That works, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to double click that, but
Totally fine. 23 is great. 23 is great. Yeah, you would probably know with a 23. I don't see any reason why not. It's a big company. You would know that there is a renowned sailor named John Silver, who's notorious for having a longboat of very unique design with silver sails. And for a long time he was a privateer, a pirate, and then he eventually became a privateer, and then eventually moved from being a privateer to a commercial sailor, specifically working with New Society stables.
We read about this guy, right? And there's a letter from Phyllis to him or something? I know that character. I have him written down, but I don't know why.
We talked about Long John Silver before?
Yeah, we've had Long John Silver
pick
come
up on
once
it
before. And also the BBEG of the Yule arc, which is Mac. It's Big Mac or something like that.
Oh, right. Yep. I forgot we had a fast food arc.
There's a fast food arc that's been on the back burner for a while.
It's on hiatus for a bit.
Right. I think that belongs to probably Long John Silver, or Silver Long John. But I don't think Silver's in his name. He just has a silver boat, ships, sails thing.
Gotcha. Well,
But
in
then,
a few minutes I'll have an idea of how many people are in his crew, aberrations and humans. So we'll know something at the very least.
all right, better hurry before they get too far.
Yeah. I'm hurrying as fast as the DM will let me.
You're heading back to the ship?
No, I'm pinging to see who's
you're
on
pinging.
the ship.
Gotcha. You spend a mile, and by the time not a mile, you spend a minute, and by the time the minute is up, it's probably at the 4-mile radius, which is still plenty well within range. You would detect that there is a... Okay, let me double check my notes real quick to make sure I'm not fucking this up. There are 2 humanoids aboard this ship. Fleek would immediately know that that is extremely weird for a ship of that size.
Any aberrations?
None within. There's 2 far to the south, out in the ocean, about 5 miles out.
Gotcha. All right, I'm only sensing 2 people on that ship.
Well, that can't be right. The boat that
Well-
big can't be manned by 2 people.
Well, it either means that they're different things on that ship, or they're not on that ship and they're on land. So we should probably hurry back to the crew.
Right.
All right, I'm going to move stealthily. I can move at full speed stealthily.
Absolutely. And so can the rest of your party, I think.
I don't know if they. I don't think my. I don't know if they can. I know that specifically the Beastmaster says my beast can.
Gotcha, okay. Either way, you're able to make it back at full speed.
But I'm going to be stealthy the entire time.
Sure.
Like Krunk.
Perfect. It does come in handy. There's not a whole lot of wildlife out here, but it does save you from a couple of just like having to deal with a very large snapping turtle that looks a little grumpy or something. And you make it back to the group, seeming to have not been spotted by anybody. And this gets you back around an hour later. You and Flick both.
So we found some information out. It looks like he came from the north to the hut through a longboat, and we were able to find a ship out in the water owned by Long John.
Ain't that the fellow what has Yule's granddaughter?
Yeah, the thing was, I only sensed 2 humanoids on the ship. That's it. It was currently sailing too, right?
Sure was.
And it was actively moving. So I don't know what he has on his ship. Was not aberrations, though. I don't know if he came from that ship or not, but it was damn near close to where he made land.
You said that was up on the north side of the island?
Yeah, and I'll describe it to this ability to see if he knows the region.
Yeah, you're kind of familiar with that bay. You didn't go over there a whole lot because it's just kind of a dry, rocky bay. But yeah, you've seen it once or twice.
Okay. Not something we could see from here, right? Even with magic spyglass.
Definitely not, no. There's like hills and shit in the way.
What if Vasu flew in the air with the spyglass?
Potentially.
Yeah, what if I did that?
Yeah, you want to give it a try?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check with advantage because of the spyglass.
Woo.
Oh, god damn it.
Vasu, that's so perfect. I'm so proud of you.
That's amazing.
Okay, let me go check my notes. Give me talk amongst yourselves 5 minutes.
I'm glad Flick came along.
He always brings that big flick energy and he get on an excursion at that time.
We didn't really see much else on the island, though. It looked like a single boat dropped him off and then left without him. So he clearly has some type of conspirators with him. But the ship seemed to be sailing away. It more than likely saw us.
Well, I don't suppose ours are much faster than that one.
Well, it was physically on the water, though, wasn't it?
Ace, if you're still talking, we can't hear you.
I hear him.
I hear him.
I hear him.
Or maybe
Hello?
I can't hear anybody else.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We hear you.
Yeah, okay, everyone else is queuing up rapidly, so I'm assuming no one else. I can't. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Ace, do you hear us? Because we hear you.
I can hear you guys. Can Flick hear me?
It's just Flick.
Oh,
Flick
okay.
couldn't hear anybody.
All right.
Flick?
Flick,
Flick?
can you hear us now?
Oh, no.
Show us that big Flick energy.
No, we gotta.
Get your Flick out.
Keep my flick in my pants. Thank you.
Flick
Hey,
your
he hears
beans.
us.
It looked like it was sailing away, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And it was on the water?
on the water.
Yeah, well, it was on the water and sailing away. So
Well-
I don't know if Flick could tell how fast it was going with his awesomeness.
I mean, my eyes can't see shit 2 miles away. Right? It's
So from ground level, sea level, in clear weather, human visibility is about 2 miles at the horizon.
there. Okay, so maybe I could have.
And you, like, sails go up a little beyond that, which is how that early sailors learned that the Earth is curved, or one of the many ways that they learned that. So you can see sails
They're
up to about
curved,
2.5.
flat.
What are you talking about?
It's
Flat.
it's shaped as a dinosaur nuggie. Everyone knows this.
Right, of course. I'm so sorry. I don't want to, like, offend
Now you're
anyone's
talking
worldview
some
here.
sense.
But yeah, from up higher, Vasu has a little bit of a clearer view. And he's able to get pretty high before it gets just... Fuck, I don't even know what would stop you from going higher. I guess the cloud cover would eventually do it. Let's see. Okay, 24. Here we go. I think I've got most of my notes straight, but we're gonna see how this goes. Double 24, I should say. This is remarkable. Vasu flies higher and higher and higher until eventually he spots this glimmer of silver that is reflecting sunlight off of these beaming sails. And he focuses in and he holds steady as best as he can midair with the spyglass until eventually he's able to get a look at this ship. The first thing that occurs to him is that it's moving very fast for just a regular ship. He imagines that it is... it appears to be being carried by sails, but it's moving very, very fast. Faster than you've seen a sailing ship move. But as
Do I see
you...
any like engines on it, like our ship?
No. The only signs of propulsion that you can see are sails, and you have a pretty good look at the deck, but not really below deck or anything. You don't see any signs of engines above deck anyway. But with that said, I don't think anything... I guess yours does have stuff that's visible from the top. It's very possible that they have engines below deck that you wouldn't be able to see. However, as you're scanning over the deck, even from this tremendous distance, which is probably now up to about 9 miles, rapidly closing in on 10, thanks to the telescope, you are able to see that at the helm, there is a silvery skinned Sahuagin, who is dressed up like your very stereotypical pirate. He's got an enormous black tricorn, a long trench coat. He kind of has this anglerfish looking appearance to him, these long teeth that kind of jut out from its bottom jaw, silver scales, big kind of flat, dead looking silver eyes that pop out from either side of his head. But with a double nat 20, you also notice a couple of other things. First, most of the crew is... at first, it's almost hard to tell what's going on. They're clearly not humans. You're not sure if they're oozes at first, or elementals, or constructs. But eventually, you start to piece together... It looks like giant creatures that have been animated from sugarcane or bits of like jelly. It looks like weird animated food golems of different sorts. And there's like this weird kind of... It almost looks like a straw man made of licorice rope that is climbing up and down these ropes and moving lines back and forth. You can see there's this big thing that is made... it looks like a clay golem, but it's made out of just this pure white sugar candy that is turning a spit. There's just all these weird constructs and golems that are working the surface of this ship. But then, with your double nat 20, as you are scanning over the very last bit of it, you see that popping out from the forecastle through a double door is an elven woman with bright red hair. And at first, it takes you a second to recognize who it is. You know you've seen that face before. And it all kind of clicks, thanks to a little bit of intrinsic racism, perhaps. You recognize Wendy, who was the investigator who worked with you in Valdalance.
Like the Wendy who owns the burger place?
Just like that.
Classic.
How did we not guess? I'm gonna blow my brains out.
Oh my god, this is the Burger King.
I mean, we knew that Long John was going to
Oh.
be a villain, and we knew Chick-fil-A was, and we knew Big Mac was. And somehow,
I've
when the
never heard-
investigator's name was Wendy, we didn't think maybe she's in on it.
And then this is the Burger King, just like Nomad said. We have the
Good
Burger
too.
King in our clutches.
I'm going to
Where's-
kill all of you.
Have we
and then
met
I'm going to
Ronald
kill
yet?
myself.
Because Ronald
Wow,
is
that
the
didn't
most
even-
terrifying.
Yeah, that's Big Mac. He's
Yeah, there's a guy called like Mac, or like he's a giant, and his name is Mac, I think.
Okay, so he's clearly
That's
McDonald's.
just Mac tonight, though. There's gonna be like a whole McDonald's gang. We're gonna have to deal with Grimace and the Hamburglar.
The Hamburglar.
This is way over our heads, you guys.
We're in too deep.
I've never actually
No, but
heard Long John.
Boston.
Neither have
Yeah.
I.
It's
The
awful.
Hamburglar, Grimace, Birdie, Ronald McDonald.
Do we have rallies or checkers?
Hamburglar. The Hamburglar.
Arby's, they have the meat.
We do have the meat. See, in here, I want to tell you guys an honest. I'm remembering back to when we were in Valdelance, and we met this investigator Wendy, and I was like, oh, it's like all the fast food people for this Yule arc, and I, honest to God, thought like, Feck really likes Wendy's, so he made Wendy the one protagonist fast food character. That bitch.
This was your mindset for this.
That's what I thought. I thought because Feck really likes Wendy's, that the investigator Wendy in Valdelance was the good guy, and all the other fast food characters were bad guys.
You know, I think I had the same thing. I like Wendy's, so I'm like, Wendy's has to be good.
Yeah,
Are we going to
So,
run into
but
some
no.
Kumas then? Like giant
that's not
bears?
fast
It's
food.
not fast food.
I know, but they have big burgers.
Nordo is Kuma.
True.
Never heard of Kuma either.
It's
It's a
burger.
local thing, which is why it doesn't make any sense for it to be in the Well, kind of local. I guess it's a Chicago thing, but we have one here that won't fucking reopen.
I know, it's making me insane. Anyway,
Was that enough time effect for you to prep everything?
With that, there is a sudden gust of wind and a front of clouds kind of rolls through, and over the next 30 or 40 seconds, you lose sight of the ship as it dips below the horizon.
I'll fly back down to everybody though and kind of relay all that information though. Oh, it's fucking crazy. There's some kind of Willy Wonka bullshit magic happening on that boat over there. There's people made out of sugar cane and like taffy and some shit. Oh, and I saw Wendy too. You remember
That's-
Wendy, right?
yeah, I trusted her. You telling me she's with the bad guys?
I mean, she might be.
Well,
Did
they
she
were
look like
all-
she had freedom of movement?
Oh, definitely. She was coming into the captain's quarters, like she was piloting the ship almost even.
It ain't too surprising to me. Those fucks make all that cursed food. No surprise they're using it to do whatever they're doing.
I
Fresh
imagine
never-
Nordo is especially mad at them specifically for the cursed food.
You better
Those
believe I am.
fucks!
It ain't right doing the things they do with food. It was bad enough they were trying to make food that magically tastes good instead of actually tastes good with some art and spice. Now they're using food monsters to pilot their ships that are sending this weird mutant fuck to my island.
Well, we don't know for sure that he came from that, but it's we have reason to believe it.
I'm about done
Um,
waiting to find out. Let's wake this fuck up.
Alright, give me a medicine check.
Before I do that, though, friend Nomad, you need to get any magic ready or anything like that.
I can cast it as you do it.
All right, then.
Oh, it is worth noting, sorry, this would have happened, and it should happen before you do anything. I don't think it'll change what you're doing, but just so you know. When you guys took all of his stuff and you kind of kicked it over to the side, or put it far away from him, I assume. After about 5 minutes, the weapon blinks out of existence.
Oh.
Oh, I wanted that.
And let me double check. Let me double check a
I
thing real
did
quick.
too.
Meta, I know. Can I make a check to see if I know in character?
Boy, you can make an Arcana check. It'll be hard.
Would it be with advantage because only humanoids do it?
No, because not only humanoids do it.
Okay, before you do that, I need to cut in for a second.
Uh-huh.
It's like So it's like going. I need to relax. I just need a break. So it's like listening in. Fucking Mr. White is White Castle.
Oh God.
No.
Damn.
Yeah, because that Sahawagan was with him, right? Gale recognizes him. That description.
No, you don't recognize that Sohagan. He had like a hammerhead and a couple of white Mako. That particular Sohagan doesn't ring any bells to Gale.
Wasn't he there like when I went to give White the money that first time or the second time?
Oh, okay. I need to go back and double check because I want to make sure I don't give like bad information. I'll check that between sessions.
Okay, I distinctly remember
I think
silvery Sahawagan.
there's
I think that's where it was, but
there's a very good chance, if I remember correctly, that where is it? Notes. Zuzka Colt. I think Zuzka Colt was an anglerfish, which might be what you're
Yeah.
remembering.
Yeah, Colt was definitely an anglerfish. He was one of the SSLC captains.
okay. Maybe
Because
I'm, like,
Nomad has his
mixing the
like,
two.
But I will check between
Angler
sessions
thinks
to make
so.
sure.
I still believe in my White Castle.
He's definitely White Castle though.
It was a happy accident.
Let's see, 18. Boy, that's like you would know that it is possible to magically bind a weapon and summon it. Like there's what is it? Instant summons and other things like that. You might have a suspicion. Like you would definitely be like, "Oh, that's some sort of magic." I don't think you would recognize exactly what this is in character. But out of character, you've clearly figured it out. So. And let me double check one more thing before you wake him up. An 18 will be plenty, but let me check a thing.
Yeah, when he begins, they start casting the spell.
Cool.
They use an action to focus on him.
Okay. So done checking my thing. Nordo wakes him up, and what did you say you were doing, Nomad? You were switching something over to him?
Detect thoughts.
Okay. Detect Thoughts goes back up, and you begin to swap it back over to him. And as he comes to consciousness, the first thoughts that flood back at first are very hazy and freely flowing. There is a vision of a beach and a jungle and talking to Sungul, and then screaming of a chicken tied to a tree or something like that. And then a wandering into a jungle, and then you do catch. Give me a luck check.
Me specifically.
Yeah.
Hey.
You get visions of the fight leading up to all of this, and then Gale giving the finger, and then all at once, kind of after Gale gives him the finger, is where he kind of like snaps to attention and remembers what's going on. And almost like flipping a switch, you can tell that the thoughts suddenly, he thinks of you, and then he turns and he looks at you, and his thoughts, you can feel him trying his best to shape his thoughts, to shift his thoughts, and you can still read them just fine. But you can tell that he's actively resisting. He's trying to shape his own thoughts as best as he can.
I'm gonna just grab either side of his face and kind of jerk him to look towards me and nod at Nomad.
Oh.
Just say, I'll remind you we tried to do this the civil way. What was your business on this island?
Oh my god.
He's still wearing a gag, I think.
Okay, gotcha.
As a point of order, so he can't cast spells, etc.
He starts to like talk under the muffle, and his immediate thoughts are, "Wait, fuck, I'm gagged. How am I supposed to respond?"
No, man. From the choker. Wait, fuck. I'm gagged. How am I supposed to talk?
Answer the question. What are you doing on this island?
And then he kind of like realizes what's going on. You can sense him piecing it together. And you get thoughts. You almost get pictures. He has remarkable mental clarity. You can tell he's put a lot of work into controlling his thoughts. And you don't get like words. You get full, almost cinematic thoughts that are channeled directly to you, Nomad. And You see that he's looking at a piece of paper that says that there has been it's urgently delivered to him by a young boy. He's in a city somewhere. It looks unfamiliar to you, but it looks like many of the human cities that you've been to before. A young boy walks up to him, hands him a piece of paper, says it's urgent. He unfolds it, reveals it, and says that there's been unusual activity. And let me go look up this name. Finally get it.
No man
Max.
is narrating all of this like a story. So
Yeah.
as Feck describes it, just imagine that's what he's saying.
The Storm Titan has been summoned. Something is wrong. Please investigate. Start at Melnoa. She was last seen there. He kind of crumples up the paper, lights a fire, burns it, and then you see he begins to cast a spell. Actually, I'm sorry. The next thing you would see is he... yes, he casts a spell. In a blink of an eye, he is on an island that is filled with snow and ice. And he begins to walk towards what appears to be a large stone building off in the distance. The memory kind of skips forward a little bit. You see that he's on the deck of a ship with silver sails. That kind of goes quickly. You see him rowing to shore. He meets up with the real Sungul. You can tell in his thoughts that he currently looks like Nordo. And it's bizarre. You almost have this strange kind of Minority Report vibe where it's a very similar conversation to the one that the real Nordo had with the fake Sungul, as the fake Nordo has it with the real Sungul as kind of a practice session to test how he reacts. How does he speak? How does he respond? Learning Sungul's behavior, studying his expressions. There's vivid clarity. Watching the way his eyes move, the way the corners of his mouth kind of crease with age. And then there's flashes of the violence, the execution, dragging him over, and then taking Sungul's place and just waiting for a while until eventually an airship rounds the corner, and you guys know the story from there.
That's what you get.
But
So
nutshell, he
that
was here to
means-
investigate the summoning of the Storm Titan and whatever caused it.
So the Storm Titan is the ship, I imagine. That laser.
Yeah, and when you kind of bring that up, you do see an image of that ship, yes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
When did he see Nordo?
Say, how did you know me? How did you know my name, my father's name?
His thoughts flash to very vivid memories of drawings, depictions, and you can see that he's comparing these drawings to what appears to be a silver mirror. And there is a faint image of, oh boy, actually, shit, give me a luck check.
Is this guy scrying? Okay, give me a sec.
Oh, I don't know if I was supposed to do that or him. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Um,
Take yours.
yeah, you can see that he is looking through several very detailed drawings of Nordo.
So if you or your father, I do not know how your father look. These are very detailed pictures.
Why me? Why is whoever sent you? Why do they have pictures of me? You know what? Never mind. I don't know if that matters. The silver ships that sent you here, where are they headed?
You get more visions of this snowy island covered in ice. Notably, well, I guess it was a big island. You wouldn't really be able to tell for sure. He sends just deliberately the words Treasure Pineland.
That's where
Delicacy was being taken,
Yeah,
yeah.
delicacy went. Yep.
Well, what else do we need to know with this particular round of interrogation? And I give a look at this guy.
At that point, because it's kind of an open-ended thing, Nomad, with the last like 20 seconds or so of this detect thoughts, he does think like, I don't want to die. I'd like to be cooperative, but am I going to make it out of this if I comply, or are you just going to execute me anyway? There are worse things than death, and I wouldn't like to give up too much intel.
It's just out loud to his caller. He's just repeating what he's saying. Not caller, choker. So everyone hears this.
I think we're all trying to be better people, so I'd say you have a decent chance if you cooperate.
I don't have much interest in decency. I just go where the coin guides me. But right now my life is more valuable than all of my gold. You can have whatever you want, and, well, if you're sparing me, then I'm your new best friend. Quite useful, sometimes.
So I know that this is all expressed through Nomad's choker, but can I make an insight check?
Sure. It seems legit. He's aloof, and you're getting it through a necklace, but it seems truthful enough. He seems very money motivated. You get the sense that he is probably more of a mercenary than anything else. He doesn't seem to have, like, the way that he's receiving information, it feels like he's not really closely involved with all of this stuff. He's just kind of on a contract basis.
Why is the Burger King Boba Fett in this world? What do you know about
I really
delicacy?
like him.
What was that question?
What do you know about delicacy?
A few seconds pass, and he kind of like tries to do some stuff, and then he eventually looks at Nomad, and Nomad, at this point, your first minute is gone.
All right. You can just tell him with your words, your thoughts.
Just use your mind thoughts. It'll be fine.
Gotcha. Okay. So he just enters telepathy. See the food company. I know they're owned by some of my employers. I think they operate out of that island, actually. But boy, I love donut nuts. I don't know if they're really part of all this. I think it might just be a cover for something.
Yeah, who doesn't like donut nuts?
Right? They're so good. Boy, I hope I survive so I can have donut nuts again before I die.
They do not really taste like anything to me.
Oh, really? That's a damn shame.
We'll see too if he gets more donut nuts as long as you keep cooperating.
Give me a persuasion check. If you're being genuine, or a deception check if you're not.
I'm being genuine. Perfect.
Alright, cool.
You know, it's been one hell of a couple days, and I don't know that I have the energy for a whole good cop, bad cop routine and the other stuff we usually break out for situations like this.
Can I tell you something? It's an attempt to win your sympathy, of course. But
Of course.
still. They originally wanted me to come as your sister, and I found that distasteful.
So I've already made like 5 insight checks on this guy. Can I insight that? Or does that just fall into my
No,
previous insight check?
Go for it. Kale. You sense that is the truth. You get the feeling that He genuinely thought that was a little dirty.
Well, much obliged for that. We really did just want to talk, by the way. I wish everyone could just be more civil. But you gotta understand, there's some strange creature on our ship. We don't know where they are. Of course, I'm gonna kick the door down, and then I tried to talk.
No, right, I get it. I killed your old friend, and then, well, one of your new orcs. Although I don't get the sense that you care much for them. And he kind of follows it up real fast just to Nomad. I don't know if you want to say that out loud in front of all the other orcs. Maybe keep that to yourself.
I do not speak Orcish.
Oh, well, it would be... And then he repeats it in Orcish.
I imagine it's like that scene in Lilo and Stitch. When Stitch just said the bad word in Alien. People start vomiting.
Resources. Or an army of soldiers. No, I can't say that I do. My resources are just my jewelry and my nice things, all of which are gone. I think I see them over there, but that's so far away.
I'm in a good mood today, Mr. King, so I'll just be frank with you. We obviously, and I'm sure you're acutely aware of this, don't have as much money as New Society staples and probably can't pay you whatever they're paying you. So if I'm to understand you're for sale to the highest bidder, I don't know that we're in the market.
I do have to interrupt. I've seen the contents of your ship, and you have a tremendous amount of money.
And also his life's probably pretty worth. I cannot talk today. I mean, the value of his life is pretty great, and we kind of own that right now. So
There is that, but if I were a clever man, which I am not in particular, but were I a clever man, I'd find my way out of the restraints and all such, and take off as soon as I had the chance, were I a man that was interested in making as much coin as possible. But I suppose there's no point hiding it now. We do have a fair amount of gold on the ship.
Frankly, I'll take whatever lets me survive. If I can get out of this with a new set of employers that are a little less manipulative, honestly, that's even better. Lucky day for me, right?
What's your price? What did they pay you to take on this little chore?
This job, just intel, 1 assassination. It ended up being 2, but that was my own fault. I believe the rate was $17.50. But frankly, I overcharged them tremendously because I know that they can afford it. If my life was on the line, I'd do the same sort of job for $400, $500.
I'll give you $600 to just travel with us and tell us whatever you know for the time being.
Well, I'm not in a position to say no, and 600 gold is a lot of gold. I'd shake your hand, but, well, kind of wiggles.
Can I insight him to see if there is like a yes, I'll bide my time and murder you type of thought?
Sure, give me an insight check.
Lowest it can be is a 19.
Oh, you're gonna have to roll.
I did, but the lowest it can be is a 19.
Okay, cool. He seems to recognize that he's been beaten. He doesn't think he really stands a good chance in any sort of like conflict. And he also doesn't seem to have really strong ties to his employers. He kind of seems to just go wherever the money and the whims of fate take him. I don't know. He seems truthful enough. He seems like a man of simple motivations.
With a quick look to each other person to make sure nobody disagrees with me or wants me to not do it, I produce the edge of my axe to start cutting some ropes.
Hey, no.
This is magical. Don't damage it. No, careful.
It's a magic net.
Right.
You want me to take it off of him? Just let me know. Don't fucking cut through my net, though. This costs a lot, you know.
Look, I'm
This is
an
a
old-fashioned
premium
fella. I
model.
just, yeah. No, you're right. I apologize, Steve. I didn't mean to damage your things.
I wish people
Here.
were more civil.
People keep throwing this word around. I don't think they know what it means.
See, Little Dragon understands. People just need to be more civil.
I'm gonna go make sure that my rune is still there and this fuck didn't remove it.
Good.
Also, quick thing. What happened to the orc that you were mimicking?
Oh, you. Well, you weren't terribly attached to him, were you?
That doesn't answer the question.
He's under the ship somewhere down there. You know,
Alive?
heavens no. Do I look like an amateur?
You're killing me.
Oh no. I tried.
Metaphor.
He killed him, technically, not you.
It's a catchphrase.
I know, but
All right. Well,
it was a joke.
if I'll let it slide this one time, only because he was probably an asshole. He had that look in his eyes.
Set some ground rules here. No more murders and no more disguising yourself like any of us or any of these
Well, you can murder as long as they're not on our team.
No, I'm going to stick with Vasadiva on this. You're here for information for the most part, and maybe some guiding us. I don't see any reason he needs a weapon.
I
All
think
right.
we got the murder part plenty of covered on our side. You know, I mean,
He
look at
has
murdering lots
magic.
of people.
I understand no weapons necessary, and he summons his weapon into his hand and hands it back to you with a ridiculous over-the-top grin.
Wise guy, I know how you and your kind work. How about no murders unless we explicitly murder said people? They're right up your alley anyway, right?
Sure. I like
Wait,
information is
so
what
wait,
I'm good at. I
did
don't
you say
really
that if we murder someone, that he can murder them?
Saying like this guy shouldn't attack people without us telling him to. Maybe I don't know.
I'll stick to not attacking anyone if that's all right. I really prefer not to. I'm best at just
That probably
learning and
works.
sharing information.
I reach into my pack and pull out a little coin purse with 600 gold in it and hand it to him. And you stay true to your word and help us any way you can. We'll have more when this is done with.
Of course, let me just put this with my other belongings, and he summons a mage hand and carries the gold over to the shelf that has his ring and his armor on it.
He's wonderful.
Gale, back on your ship, everything looks to be in order. Your runes are still there. Everything is still padlocked. You can see that the kobolds have added a few extra traps to it. It looks very secure. You can't imagine how anyone would have gotten in or out without setting things off.
Yeah. Quick question.
I'm sure you can imagine.
Well,
There's no immediate sign.
while this is going on, could I investigate his stuff? By that I mean, like, identify.
Yeah, for sure. He's just handed you his weapon, so that is easy enough. It takes a minute. You've got a few minutes before that comes right back. I'm sure you've figured this all out. You identified the scimitar. It is just a +2 double scimitar. No special effect. You learn like if there's magic affecting an item. You can tell that it clearly has some sort of a bond to him. It is probably tied to him in some way, which is how he's able to return it. But notably, it is not.
I don't mind.
Yeah, it's not a weapon of returning or anything like that. It is some other magical effect.
Yeah.
The armor is +2 glamored studded leather, and then he has the Shard of the Ice rune, which is just a little icicle thing that is permanently cold and never melts. It has a number of cool effects as long as it's on his person or someone's person. It allows him to freeze a big area of water. It gives him fire resistance. He can block one attack that is just normal weapon damage, bludgeoning, slashing, or piercing. And he can cast Sleet Storm. And most of that shit is like once per long rest.
That's really cool.
Notably, nothing else is magical, including like all 8 or 9 of his rings, including the ring.
To the ring.
They're all just mundane rings.
Neat. So why did he let that orc have a ring? Is that like a calling card?
Do you ask him, or you just think?
Yeah, I'm just telling him like, so that illusion of the orc, you gave him a ring that was unfitting for his character. Was that a calling card?
Oh, calling card? Heavens no, I don't like jail. Calling cards are for idiots. No, I was sizing you all up. I need to know how smart you are, how perceptive you are, how well you can investigate things, and I also wanted to know what you would do with me if I was caught. I used an illusion. I saw the whole thing unfold before my eyes. It's one of the best ways to gauge an enemy, is to, see the future.
Well, what do you think?
I'm impressed. Frankly, I'm over my head. I was expecting, at worst, one of you to be special, and it seems that several of you are. And even the ones who aren't are kind of.
You are very special yourself.
Oh, I don't know about that.
An aberration who shifts forms. I do not know if we have any of you in the Underdark. Do
He's a
we? Are they
changeling.
there? Yeah. Did we have changelings in the Underdark?
Every now and then, but they tend to prefer upper society because they're not particularly. They don't have like a good biology. What makes them thrive is their ability to blend in well with society, which they can't really do in the Underdark very much. They just
You could do that with Drow.
they just get eaten by spiders, so they like it up top
Fair.
better.
That's fair. They're frail.
You mentioned you thought there would be one special one among us. You talking about Moat over there?
He pauses for a moment, and I'm trying to decide whether to lie to you. No. They were interested in you, actually, and that's what the tower was all about. The summoning. The summoning happens when, as far as I understand it, based on the limited information that they gave me in my contract, it's linked to the reawakening of some dead god or elemental or something, and they wanted to see whether that had actually happened.
But you did seem interested in Moat. You said something about being a firebird.
I've heard stories of great elementals reincarnating from time to time. When I put up the ward, I was testing the waters again, just trying to figure out who you are and who among you is weird, and I was only expecting one of you to be held back by that barrier. The fact that several of you were was news to me.
Hey, what about me? I'm actually.
Well, you didn't try to step through the barrier. I don't know if you're special.
My mom says I'm special.
I believe that you're special. You were the one that knocked me out, weren't you?
Yeah. Brown, real hot.
That still hurts.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to like hook your ankle in that way. I just kind of wanted to stop you, but you were running. People just gotta be more civil.
Today's episode
Right.
is titled "Be More Civil" or "Civility" or whichever.
So your employers, the New Society Staples or the Savage Company, which one is it? Both of them?
This particular contract was given to me directly from the New Society Staples branch on Treasure Pineland. I work for all sorts of people here and there, but that's who this contract was for.
They had an interest in this tower and this summoning that happened.
Seemed to be the case. They were paying me very well to check it out, at least.
Interesting. Well, I hope you don't take my 600 gold and run off. We never see you again. But if you do, just don't kill any of us in our sleep before you go. I'm gonna go make dinner and get you some donut nuts.
No, I wasn't paid to assassinate anyone. I wouldn't dream of it.
I'm gonna go to the kitchen and make dinner for the Burger King. Hey, Mr. King. I was fixing to make some, well, I got a couple options in here, and I just want you to have it your way, so come take a look, let me know what you want.
do you
Do
have
you
any?
like curly fries?
Do you have any bacon? Maybe some cheddar and ranch.
I could put some bacon and cheddar and ranch on something. Maybe I was thinking about trying something new where I put all the used up bits of chicken into a grinder and make them into the shape of like a tube. I was thinking of calling them chicken fries.
Oh, that sounds disgusting.
That does sound truly terrible. Let's not.
Yeah, that's an awful plan. I won't do that.
I really like chicken fries.
I do
They're
too.
so gross.
Chicken fries they're pretty okay.
They're great.
They used to be good.
For the
I
record,
Then
worked
again-
at Burger King.
Then again, things are different, kind of here, tasting.
Yeah, that's true.
There's that.
When chicken fries first came out, they were great, but I haven't had chicken fries or anything from Burger King, for that matter, in like 2 years that wasn't like soggy and gross in some way or another.
I enjoy chicken fries. I'm not going to say that they're the best, but I appreciate how they tried
Yeah.
making them spicy.
Keyword is tried.
Well, they made them a little spicy, not Thai spicy, like I would like.
Alright, so Gale inscribes 2 runes. One of them is just like a cat bell, and that is the one that he immediately notices, and he rolls his eyes, but he understands why you're doing it. It's like, oh no, can you at least do this one? That one's my favorite.
Absolutely not.
Put a bell on both of them.
This is punishment for killing those 2 innocent people.
Oh, that's fair. I deserve that. And then the hidden rune is to help us scrying. Sure. Do, boy, what would this even be?
Basically, I can make any sort of like a static visual thing, so I'm just doing something like on the inner lining that's kind of small and nondescript, so that just a mark that makes it distinct so that we can scry on it.
Okay,
Put
excellent.
a tiny little dick butt in there.
Okay, perfect. Easy enough. One of his rings has a like a hard etched interior, which makes it very easy to just kind of get a rune lost in there that he will almost certainly be unable to notice, if he even has a reason to check for it.
Before Nordo actually goes to prepare dinner, I would like to go back to where Sungal was. Sungal? Sungal, that's his name. And just like gather up his. Well, actually, I probably can't do this alone. I'll go to Moat first. Hey, Moat, mind coming with me for a little hike through the woods here?
Not at all.
Quick errand I need to run. And I walk with Moat to where Sungal was. Just want to give this old time a proper burial. He went to all the trouble of putting up all those graves for my dad and all the other people from this island that died, so the least I can do for him is the same.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to help however I can.
Mostly just figure I was going to have some trouble carrying him back all by myself.
Well, here, let's make sure that he gets the burial he deserves.
Alright. I'll just carry him back with Moat to where all of the graves that he dug were. And just dig him a grave, probably using a little bit of... I'll just dig it.
Just bury him in your grave.
That doesn't seem quite right. I'm not sure why. Feels like he deserves a place of his own. But I'll just dig him a grave and put him in it and put a new headstone up.
Yeah, about like a minute and a half into the 2 of you guys carrying him over and starting to dig the grave, there is the sound of a voice behind you casting a quick spell, and then the rumbling of earth as the rest of the grave kind of excavates itself. And you do turn around and you see Elise is kind of standing 30 or 40 feet behind you and just lifts her hand and moves some of the dirt aside. And she doesn't say anything, but she kind of oversees the whole process. She seems invested in helping with it.
Cool. I give her a bit of a smile and just kind of a kind of gesture for her to come join me in Moat. And Ace, I think, is there too, maybe. Back when I lived on this island, we would just take people to the cave, and it's a decent enough way to give them back to the nature, give them back to the ocean, whatnot. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in a situation like this. Y'all have any, I don't know, words you're supposed to say to your gods or anything like that? Do I know of any? I mean, I know Zuana kind of covers all kinds of death, but
Yeah, give me a religion check.
Just ask Nomad to bless his grave.
Moat would actually have very good knowledge on a lot of this. He'd probably be most intimately familiar with some of Zuanu's rites because he is the god that is most strongly associated with death. But all of the god's followers have different rituals. You would know that a lot of the time, Bass followers would pray that the material of their body would be transformed into something new and beautiful, either a plant or a tree, or that it would be consumed and make an animal healthy. They would focus very much on the reuse and the recycling and the change in the material of their body. Zuanu, a lot of their prayers would focus very heavily on allowing the absence left by this person's death to let new life flourish, to let younger people grow into those spaces and take those roles. Jujak would often sign prayers hoping and wishing that the lessons that person learned had been passed on to their next of kin or to the people around them. And Ciara, kind of the same thing. That they would have stories that would live on, that would keep that person in their memory, and that as long as they are remembered by the people around them, they're not truly dead. And you'd have a brief knowledge of all four of the four major prime gods and some of their death rituals and prayers.
all right, I'll just kind of briefly run Norda through those and ask him which he thinks is most appropriate.
Or kind of looks across the island and at the new grung that are freshly hopping around in the trees, presumably. And then to Elise. One for Bast sounds nice, growing into something new. I'd like to think this whole island can get a fresh start now.
It's a good one. Give me just a second to prepare. I will do my best to provide funeral rites.
Excellent. I don't think she has it either. I don't know if you actually have the thing, but either way,
I don't. Yeah.
it's all good.
Who would ever have ceremony? It's such a bad spell.
It's a terrible spell that
Wow.
shouldn't exist in the first place. But between all of you, you're able to say some words, and then Moat especially is able to kind of perform the actual religious bits of it. And actually, because he chose Bass specifically, Elise is able to help a little bit too. And you do give a proper burial, and you kind of go over all of the people that had been buried here, and just do a quick blessing and a prayer for each one of them. And a warm wind blows through. It's been a long day. The sun is slowly starting to rise, or to set. It's probably still only maybe 6:30, 7 o'clock, but the sky is turning golden. By the time that you finish all of this up, the wind has started to cool a little bit. And eventually things go quiet and the grung kind of scatter off. You can see that they're timid at first, but after a while they seem content to kind of make their home in Sungul's old home. And they don't really mess with things too much, but they do kind of huddle up inside of it and just kind of curl up for the night.
Okay. As we're finishing up that little ritual, I'll just look at Moat and all these different rituals for different gods. Adra doesn't have one for herself.
Not so much that I know of. We don't really, I don't know, we don't really exist in that space. We're not so much concerned with the passing or the living of whoever. It's more about just our duty.
Like, I know you've been trying to get me to believe for a while now that there's some sort of destiny that I'm supposed to be a part of, and I still don't believe in destiny, but I do believe in power, and that heart, and that blood, and everything that happened back there at that tower. I do think there was some power that came from that.
I think so too.
Hope I can help you when we get to where you're going.
You already have. More than you probably realize. I knew I was supposed to meet you. Remember my dream? It's all playing out just like I thought it would, really.
It ain't quite playing out how I thought it would, but it's working out.
Life has a funny way of doing that. Nothing's ever quite to plan, but hey, here we are.
I am glad. I still don't know how much of it all I believe in, but I'm glad you had that dream and came and found me, because otherwise I wouldn't have got here to get back to my home and do all this.
I'm glad I did too. Glad I got to meet you either way. And everyone else, obviously.
Well, most everybody else. On that
Mostly
subject,
you.
we better get back to the ship before the king tries to steal it from you.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. I'll be right behind you.
Right then. I'll head back to the ship.
And as everybody else kind of walks off, if I may, I'd like to find Nordo's headstone.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it looks like, but in my bag I have a necklace that has Adra's holy symbol on it from Samson Tomarello. And I just kind of kneel down in front of his headstone, and I just place it in front of there, reach a hand out and touch the headstone. And in Primordial, I just say, "Thank you. I'll keep him safe." And then I will get up and head back to the ship.
Give me a charisma check. Okay. Excellent. You set it down there, and you can see that it just kind of rests gently in front of this thing, and there are two beside it, both of which look like they had been recently dug up and then repacked. But you leave it there, and there's just kind of a gentle warmth that goes over, and everything feels, for the time being, to be restful and peaceful.
Perfect.
And at some point, I would also have friend Nomad go tell those Grung, in case he hasn't already, like, this is your island now. Just so they aren't, like, awkwardly
Yeah.
trying to figure out what to do.
By the way, this is your island now, according to our. If you still wish to come home to find where you came from, we have no clue where you came from.
This should work. It's really big. I think we'll be able to find a home in here. It's close to what we had, just bigger.
So, the former resident mentioned that there was a watering hole nearby that might suit your needs.
Yeah, I'll describe to Nomad where, like, the best places are, and so he can tell them about that.
Understood. Watering hole north. Yes, yes, that will be lovely. I
Question:
yes.
Can they breed? Are there females among them? Is what the question is.
Oh, I see what you're asking. I thought you said breathe. I'm like, yeah, they're doing that.
Yeah, breed. Because like no to Nomad, it's like, what's the point of leaving them here? They will die out in one generation.
I was gonna say I had been assuming that there was there were at least like
Yeah.
one breeding pair here, but if not, then
What if they don't wanna though? We can force them to breed.
that's fine too. But
Yeah.
They all
Yeah.
kind of look to the biggest one, who is again probably like almost a full foot taller than the rest. And then like 6 or 7 of them all at once after a moment of silence, like, "Yep, nope, yeah, we got it. Yep, totally covered. We're good."
He does the OK symbol.
They're real awkward the whole time. They kind of occasionally, like, just slowly stick out these big, bright pink tongues and lick their eyes and do weird grung shit. But eventually they're like, thank you for not killing us. The other people were not good to us, and you didn't hurt us. Thank you. We're gonna go.
Farewell.
take care, be safe.
I just translate what they're saying to Nordo. They are thankful that we did not kill them.
I'm glad we found a good home for him anyway. And then Ordo looks up to the sky and sees that it's like nearing sunset now, I think you said.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit, the harvest moon's gonna be here in just a number of hours. We gotta get to the nearest ley line stat.
I was curious. Oh
Well,
shit!
so much about rest and relaxation. Let's go.
All right. So, what's your plan for finding a ley line?
The same thing as last time. He's just gonna like detect magic until like he finds it. You mentioned that last time.
Yeah. So it'll be an ongoing process, and depending on your checks, it could take anywhere from like 2 to 8 hours. And you guys have probably. Let me go see what the exact start of that ritual requires, like when you would miss out on it.
Didn't we have a
So,
guiding hand option too?
Yeah, there was a guiding hand option because like there was a map of it. So actually, we'll leave that to Flick, and I will sleep for 2.
I
Again,
mean,
like,
yeah, but we
Good,
don't need
good.
to do it under the harvest moon.
Go ahead, Gail.
Sorry.
no, it's okay. I don't think that we need the harvest moon for any of this. We needed it for the sprig, but
Yep.
we could do this anytime.
I may be misunderstanding. I'm sure Feck can correct. I think so. The harvest moon is listed in the chaos sprig as the beast can only be killed under harvest moon.
Yeah,
But
well, we don't need to kill it.
Separately from that, Pennison said that to use a chaos sprig for the ritual instead of using dwarven spirits, we have to do it at a harvest moon.
Oh,
I think is what Pennison told us.
I believe that's correct. Yes. And I'm checking my notes to make sure, but I think
I
that's
don't
correct.
remember.
The harvest moon has been mentioned for 2 different things. One was for killing the chaos sprig monster, and one was for doing this ritual with the chaos sprig.
in fact, stop giving us deadlines and then saying we can have.
I'm so sorry.
So
It's going to
fucking
be
rest.
such a low key rest and RP session. Immediate
Here's
fight.
30 minutes to run away.
Well, on the bright side,
30 minutes downtime.
I shouldn't say too much.
And then
Anyway,
I'm just going to portal you to the Feywild for shits and giggles.
I just want to sleep.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. Fuck, I hate DMing. I can't say anything. All right, what do you guys
It's
do?
the
okay.
worst.
We're going to the Feywild.
Gotcha. So you are using Guiding Hand?
I guess I didn't think we needed the harvest moon to do this. I thought we just needed.
I'm looking
the
it up
full
right now just to
moon
make sure.
Or new moon,
Yeah, here
and
it is.
then the chaos sprig was the substitute for the dwarven spirits. It wasn't a both thing.
There's what I at least have written down from like the session log, if that's accurate. Because the original ritual required a full or new moon. This ritual with the chaos sprig instead requires a harvest moon.
What's the difference?
So a Harvest Moon only happens once a year. Full and new moons happen
Ugh.
every couple of weeks.
Yeah. Once a year. Oh
Yes, so
no.
the shit like has to happen tonight.
We have to skedaddle.
All right.
So is that right though?
That is correct. And from below deck, and he's like, "Oh shit, I should make food." Okay, I'm on it.
I'm coming. I'll help.
Who's got the music? Oh shit, I also have to do the music. Shit.
I'll take care. Me and you will take care of the half of the meals. You take care of the music.
Oh, thank God she knows.
Yeah, I
half
can
the
help
music.
Eddie with music.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, he will teach you some Elven song. He's like, okay, so we're basically just gonna have to repeat this same set of 8 things, but it'll work. It's
I'm
fine.
half elf. Do I not know Elven songs?
Oh yeah, you almost certainly would. Yeah, that's a very good point. Do you have
We
musical training
forgot
too?
we're half elf.
Yeah, I've got Kalimba training.
Oh yeah, you two've got this shit on lock. You're great. Okay, so we got a plan. Let me make sure we got all this. We are heading to a ley line with the help of Guiding Hand. The moon is a harvest moon, which means we get to skip the Dwarven spirit. Nordo and you will be working on halfling meals, and then Moat and Eddie will be working on elven music. And also nobody can fall asleep. Shit.
No sleep. Okay, sure.
I'd say I'll get some coffee brewing on the side.
All right.
Guess I'll just stay up.
We explicitly do not get a rest this session.
Shoot just starts screeching at the top of his lungs,
So
hopping around.
at this point, King says, maybe I can make myself useful, an olive branch of sorts. I know
not
for a
sleep.
certain. I know for a certain that one in particular has only slept for about 3 hours, and I doubt she's going to make it through the night. I don't know about the rest of you.
At least
What
it's
do you-
only slept 3 hours.
Yeah, she stayed up.
she stayed up the whole night.
Right.
Well, what you got, Mr. King? You got an idea?
I do, and it is one that requires me to give you a tremendous amount of trust. It's a very personal thing, a very private thing. I don't normally bring people in here. But you have spared my life and given me 600 gold pieces, which will be useful if I make it back to civilization. So as a show of good faith, if you want, 5 of you at a time can come to my, special chambers and get a good night's rest in about 10 minutes.
Yes, I trust you implicitly. Give it.
None of you would have to come alone. I don't expect you to trust me that well.
Right.
You share my love of donut nuts. Let's go. But also, I need to talk to him up first, later, after, at some point. It doesn't matter. Let's
Sure.
go.
Alright, so he grabs the first 5 of you to volunteer, which sounds like Gale and Flick and a few other folk. It's like,
Me.
and Nomad, yeah. It's like, so I can't do this very often, and again, please don't count on me to do it too much, because it really is my private place. I do my reading here. But, well, just hold my hand and form a circle. And he kind of fiddles with one of the rings, again, the ring with the little king, the crown symbol, on his finger.
I believe it's any warlock.
And sure enough, once you've all linked up hands, the rest of you watch as all 6 of them are turned into brilliant beings of light that are then sucked into that ring, which clatters and rattles on the floor. And the ring just kind of sits there on the floor for about 10 minutes, and nothing seems to happen from the outside. But on the inside, those of you who stepped in first are greeted by this lavish, luxurious, extra-dimensional palace of sorts. It is filled with shelves that are ornate and filled to the brim with books of all sorts. You can see that there are drawings and paintings that cover all of the wall, many in the same style, and you assume that he made many of them. You can see that there are short couches and the smell of flavored smoke. It's just this wonderful, relaxing respite. And he does tell you, please don't sit on that couch, no feet on the furniture, don't touch the paintings, please don't read any books without asking. Yes, those are adult artwork. No, I don't do any by commission. Okay, just sit and relax for 10 minutes and everything will be okay.
Can I read a book?
Which book would you like? Maybe. Which book?
The most interesting one you'll let me read.
Yeah, he lets you read through a few, and he has some very expensive and interesting books. Sorry, just we're sorting out food plans. I got to make sure I get this in before it closes. But
Also, while he's doing that, I'm going to see, are there any, obviously if he's giving me a broad range of topics, if I notice any topics he's straying away from.
So it's not so much that he's keeping you away from many topics, it's that he has some books that are clearly magical and he doesn't want people fucking with those books. But he makes a very clear point of anything that's not magical you can read, anything over there, that just entertain yourself with all of that.
All right.
Magical books.
Listen, we need a one shot just so that I can finally have that.
I know. I'm so sorry. It's just I couldn't just literally give you a free magic 2-stat book just for rolling a good investigation check.
The thing that killed me though was the fact that not even a few sessions after that, we got a dexterity one that was active for monster.
I know.
It killed me.
I know. And then I think we found another one too, an int book or something. I rolled for almost all of the loot that whole campaign. I generally rolled on the loot tables for it.
It was so good.
Oh, swell.
Yeah, I'll just read whatever books he gives me, just kind of glance through them, see if there's any interesting topics. But
Yeah, it's
I'm not
intriguing.
really doing any deep dive.
You notice that a lot of these books are in foreign languages. There's a lot of Elvish, a lot of Orcish, a tremendous amount of Primordial. Several of these books are they seem to be written by authors that you've never heard of, despite being very well read. And he explains that many of them are actually gathered from different planes of existence that he has traveled to.
I'm going to take a particular interest in the ones that are written in Orcish.
Sure.
If it have, so between these books and other books, are they the same authors? Is the same author do all the Orcish ones? Does that same author do different language ones?
No. It's a very wide assortment. It's not like he tends to mix.
Okay, gotcha. So the Orcish ones I got are probably written by different authors, though.
Yeah, and honestly, so you only get through a few pages of one book, and then the 10 minutes are up. You're all right, chip, chop, chip, out of my place, all at once, come on. And he kind of just snaps his fingers, and just like that, all of you guys bamf back out of the room, kind of shunted into your uncomfortable, non-seated positions as you land back on the ship. But you do feel well rested. You get the effects of a short rest. And
No, my snaps awake. Oh.
Can I take anything?
Let's see. Trying to take stuff. Actually, that's a very good question. Let me go.
I'm literally holding a book when he probably does that. So what happens to that book?
Yeah, let's find out what happens. I should read up on this because this is important. I think it stays in there, but I'll see. Da-ba-ba-ba. No, actually. So he does ask you to put down all of the books and stuff before he snaps you out. Does everyone comply?
Then I'll stand up then.
Okay. Does anyone try to hold on to any shit when he snaps you out, or you?
Oh, I definitely do.
Okay. You try to do it secretly or just defiantly?
I mean, I'll try and do it secretly, but I'm not good at it, so it's probably pretty obvious.
Sure, give me a sleight of hand. Is there anything in particular you're trying to take, or is it just a random book?
I mean, something of value. So either one of the magical books, or I'm holding on to some of his nudie drawings, or a nice painting or something.
So you find a nearby painting, and it's actually one of the largest and best framed ones. You imagine the frame alone is probably worth a lot, maybe 55 to 60 gold. And it is, of course, a remarkably well-rendered drawing of himself, draped over a throne sideways, wearing regal clothing, but just like the crown and the cape and the scepter and nothing under it.
So what's it look like in the painting?
Um, this appears to be his preferred form, so it's
The Burger cartoon Burger King.
You do see occasionally he has other forms, and he explains while he's in there as you're admiring the painting.
I mean, Gail's definitely not admiring that. He's
Admiring.
just like, oh, that's,
Fair.
I can get some gold for that.
Okay. With that said, you try to sleight of hand the enormous, expensive painting, and he does notice it. But he kind of looks at you and is like, well, you did not kill me, and I'm actually a little curious to see what it fetches at auction. I'm sure the king will be upset, but that is the whole point of the cricature. I'll tell you what, it's yours.
Less fun if you just let me have it. If you're gonna let me have anything, let me have one of these weird magical books.
No, absolutely not. And you can't have the painting, don't take it. No, please. But definitely let me know how much it goes for. I'm dying to know.
Right, I let go of the painting, and I go and I flip through a book real quick.
You guys are welcome.
God damn it. Fuck. For what it's worth, his head isn't, like, actually that big. Oh, God. What
It's
have
like
I
a
done?
whole series of these. It's ridiculous.
Oh, Christ. Anyway. You pop back out.
I
and
never thought I was going to Google sexy Burger King.
I've
I
already
really-
been
Here
googling.
we are.
Really don't want to explain this search history.
Alright. Over the next hour or so, he cycles everyone through, including any of the orcs that will be in your ship, but I think it's just going to be Cal and maybe Kelsey? What is your plan with Cal and Kelsey? Are they going with the other orcs? Or I know Cal at least is coming with you.
His name is
Yeah.
Chelsea.
Chelsea. Is he coming with you, or is he going with his people? That's up to you.
Oh. What does he want?
Well, I mean, it was really good you got me out of a pickle, and I haven't seen you in a long time, and I'd love for you to come with me and stop by for a while, but as far as I know, my home is still there, and to be perfectly frank, I think I was really close to wooing Sue Marie, and I think after all of this war stories, I've got it on lock, so...
What?
Yeah, I know, alright?
You've been working on that for so long.
Yeah, so-
oh my god.
You'll forgive me if I choose the hoe before the bro,
No,
but...
no. Sometimes the hoe comes before the bro. I'm your wingman.
That means a lot, Ace. But do come by. We'd love to see you again. We haven't seen you in a long time.
I'd love that. Perhaps we can go for a hunt too and bring home dinner.
Sure. Yeah, just like old times.
Just like old times. I run up and give him a big hug though.
Yeah, he'll give a big hug. He tries not to break your back while he's doing it. But yeah, because you don't have a lot of the orcs on here, he's able to get everybody in about 3 or 4 rotations, and everybody feels well rested. Including Elise. And everybody feels great. You do all get the effects of a short rest, so you can get your mana back and all that other shit.
All of it? I
Is
get
that-
all of it back?
I mean, not all of it. You get whatever you would get on a short rest.
Do you get a second short rest from being inside the house?
No,
Just from being inside his ring is what you guys get this short rest for.
Oh, okay. I thought this was a new one.
Gotcha. You would normally also get one tonight when you sleep, but nobody is sleeping tonight, so it kind of is just replacing that.
as soon as I get
How you
into
look,
his
Elise?
weird mansion, I look for a fountain to sleep in like I did in Valorant.
Yeah, so in the very center of this kind of circular room, there is an ornate fountain. Very much like that hotel room that you stayed at. It's kind of just a centerpiece for the whole thing. The flooring is all marble, and there are these low couches that are situated in a circle around it. He looks a little perturbed that you're sleeping in his fountain, but, you guys didn't kill him, and he appreciates that.
Well, thank you, Mr. King. I've only been to 2 places this nice in my life, and they both had tubs for sleeping in.
Yeah, of course, that's definitely what that's for. Yes, definitely for sleeping in and bathing. Getting all of that blood and dirt off of yourself and into the fountain. Yes.
Nordo collapses to sleep immediately as soon as he gets in there.
Excellent.
Guys, I think Nordo might be getting the wrong impression of what wealth is. I think
What is the
maybe we should. Nomad God, I think I might need to talk to someone else about this.
Quick, while he's asleep, let's start scrubbing him.
That's actually a great idea. I'll go Presto Nordo clean.
Oh, good. Yes. Good.
While he's on the tub. There's a lot of dried blood there, and I'm afraid of infection.
It's quite a lot. Dried Tarrasque blood. It's almost definitely infected.
It's okay. You rub dirt in it. A lot of dirt.
Yep.
So much dirt.
Great deal of dirt.
I think 60 of your pounds is just dirt.
Mm-hmm.
But when you guys are all cycled up and wake up, the sun is setting, the moon is slowly starting to rise. Moat and Eddie have started playing music. Nordo and Yule are getting to work on food. Let me go ahead and get performance checks for the music or instrument check and some cooking checks.
I hate to ask. I hate to contribute to this, and you can't tell my dad, but I'll help play. If I can help.
You have what?
Did Vasudeva just offer to play elvish music?
Shut up!
I'm so ready for this. Come on, get over here.
It's for the greater good, and you can't tell my dad.
Can I request a song?
Ooh! Yeah, of course. What's up?
Do you guys know any songs about how to kill gods? Or if they can die?
Oh, gods can definitely die.
1000%.
What's the point?
Yeah, play Buskin Boots.
Let's see. Ballads about the deaths of gods. He probably knows one. Sure, he'll start telling some stories about old ancient elven gods, one of whom was slain in some sort of conflict in the Feywild by a bloody crusade against all of their followers that resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths. It's actually a little bit metal for an elvish song.
As he's playing it, I'd like to lean over to Gale. You, thinking about killing some gods, little dragon?
I was just curious.
Alright then. Thank God for this pumped up kicks.
Play Buskin Boots.
Oh my god, that... Okay, so Moat knocks it the fuck out of the park with great backup performances from Flick and Vasu and... Where's Eddie? Eddie! Eddie, get over here! Wow, he's not even an expert. Wow, Eddie. Eddie spends most of the time just teaching the songs and trying to frantically write down chord sheets. He plays a little bit when he can, but he actually doesn't really participate much at all. And he actually seems to have a little bit of trouble staying awake for all of it, but he does manage to through the rest of the night. And then, let's see, the food checks. For 17, it's delicious. It's wonderful. And actually, let me see how Yule does, too.
I did that with advantage from Yule helping me.
Okay, awesome.
3.
So yeah, you guys, and you have a guiding hand up, and it begins to point you down to the southwest. And you're all a little bit unsurprised to find that there is apparently a very major ley line that intersects directly beneath the god shell.
Oh, weird how that happens.
and you are able to eventually align yourself so that you are sailing directly along the line that runs towards it. And you continue to sail and sail, and eventually you actually get to it. And you kind of have to like skirt around it because the god shell is still there. It's up on a mountain, and actually, that's a really good point. Let me get perception checks from a couple people on lookout.
Can I use the spyglass? Because I kind of want to look up there and see if I see any SSLC stuff going on anyway.
Absolutely. It kind of occurs to you all as you're approaching that like some shit just went down at the god shell, and you want to check it out to make sure that you're not sailing into anything too crazy. So you check it over very carefully with the spyglass. Yeah, you don't see any active signs of SSLC. However, when you look up towards the building, and even in the shell itself, the skull, the bone, there are signs of destruction. There are signs of bone that has been shattered or impacted or cracked. You can see bits of wood that are just kind of scattering. They're scattered across the ocean around you. You can every now and then hear a plank that kind of hits the front of the hull as you continue onward. Every now and then, rope kind of drifts by, floating on the surface of the ocean, lit up by this bright full moon. And looking up, you can see that buildings have been destroyed. There has been some sort of mass destruction that happened at this city. But with that said, there are no current active signs of destruction. You don't see any ships, and everything kind of is. It would be eerily quiet if not for the elven song that is keeping you very loud and noticeable on the calm ocean sea, well lit by the full moon as you sail right on past. But you don't even need to make checks because you all just rested, so there's not really a whole lot of difficulty involved. It's a little bit of a weird schedule change for some of you, and there's almost this instinctual heavying of the eyelids that happens when the sun starts to rise. For some of you who are not used to the nightlife. However, as the sun rises, as you see these brilliant streaks of first dull gray and then green, and then eventually all at once this burst of orange on the horizon, almost in a flash of light, like an explosion, this shape bursts up from the horizon, just a mile or so ahead of you. You watch it, it's almost like an island is lifting itself out of the sea to greet you. And sitting atop this island is this enormous tree. It seems to be hundreds, maybe even thousands of feet tall. And its leaves are this brilliant green. Even in the orange light, there's just this radiance and saturation that fills the entire sky. And you can see that it is dotted with these bright white points of light, like Christmas light, that are just kind of lighting up all of its branches and leaves and boughs. And you can see that at the base of this tree, there's a little bit of a landmass that stretches down to the shore. And all along the hilly slopes of that landmass are colorful tints, buildings, pinks and blues and reds and yellows. Even from this distance, you can hear music that sounds just as frivolous and joyful as yours. And you can see that all around it are ships of strange and unusual design. Some recognizable as elven, but many that are just impossible, things that shouldn't be able to float. One that looks like it's made out of wrought iron that has been painted white, and as far as you can tell, it doesn't even have a hull or a surface. And yet there it stands, floating on top of the water at the dock of this ship. One appears to be an enormous sailing ship made entirely of glass that has been ornately carved like a diamond, and it kind of refracts light in all directions as you approach. Just this gathering of bizarre and strange and beautiful ships, beautiful music, and you guys begin to sail towards it.
I think that might be it.
Well, it certainly looks like it.
Over the next, very rapidly, over the next 15 or 20 minutes as you approach this thing, there is a sudden sensation of the sun, of the light casting shadows in weird direction. And you all sort of pick up on it at once as you notice that the sun is rising much too fast until it's directly above you, and then it starts to set behind you rapidly. And then out of nowhere it seems to just retract back, and suddenly it's back, but going in the opposite direction. And then it spins around 3 times, and it's like 3 days flash in front of your eyes in the course of 2 minutes. And there's just all sorts of this weird behavior. There is, for all of 20 seconds, a heavy thunderstorm that brushes through. Some of you get pelted in the face with a hailstorm that lasts for only a brief flash. But then it all kind of settles and oscillates, and eventually, when you arrive at the dock, the sun is kind of low in the sky like it's about to set, but the entire sky is this brilliant purple, and you can see that the moon is large in the sky, at about the same height as the sun, but on the opposite side of the sky, 3 or 4 times bigger than it normally is. And as you pull up to the dock, you can see that from the shores, a big wooden roll begins to unfurl itself towards your ship. And as it unfurls, logs kind of drive themselves down the side. Rope ties itself around at mooring point, and this whole thing just reaches out to extend towards you until eventually it greets your ship and seems to line up perfectly for you to dock and make anchor.
Can I have Benthos cast detect portal, please? Do it.
Benthos detects that you may have either just entered or be on the precipice of some sort of portal to the Feywild.
And then rolls 3 nat ones.
Yep.
Yep.
My guy.
I like this place already. That made that a lot easier.
Yeah, this seems kind of nice, actually. Yeah,
I
should we
wonder
go look for
what
3 meals?
fairy brains taste like.
Almost before you can even finish tying down the ship, you notice that people are kind of coming down the docks, playing music, just kind of dancing amongst themselves. It's not necessarily even that they're paying a lot of attention to you. It's just that something new has happened, so now that's where the party is at. But you do see that you hear the singing that at first seems to be just lost in the shuffle of all of this jubilation, but eventually it becomes distinct because you can see it's approaching you guys specifically. And drifting in your direction are 4 pixies that are all dressed together in these kind of bright red robes and these bizarre hats that are almost as tall as they are. This weird canvas color that is gilded with gold and these floral patterns. And as you kind of dock the ship, they seem to just kind of like Christmas carolers be singing this quartet. All of their voices are much lower than they should be for pixies. It has very much like a barbershop quartet feel to it, despite the fact that you could smash each of them in your hand. And they just seem to be singing about nonsense. These weird rhymes and limericks that probably make sense to the denizens of the Feywild, but to you just sound like words that... It sounds like a Dr. Seuss riddle, basically. But, with that said, there are, as you... I guess, what do you guys do first?
I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't go to the Feywild. It's a real silly place.
You guys want to be farmers?
In the Feywild or back on the material plane?
The material plane. Let's just fuck this whole adventuring thing, you know?
I mean, I'm here already, so I'm gonna...
Wait. Is this... You guys have never been to another plane before, have you? Oh, this is going to be such a treat.
What's the orcish word for plane? Or are you just talking about like I've been in planes before? That's just the
Oonga
word for when
boonga
there's a bunch
world.
of... Oh, okay. Nope, not what I was thinking. I thought you were just talking about like a big field of grass. I've been in one of them before.
Oh,
No, this is different, like where elementals and fiends and celestials are from.
Yeah, I don't mean to downplay the experience. It's actually quite something. If I had known that none of you had done this before, I might have objected, especially to doing the Feywild first. Are you sure that it's... Why are you here?
I have a friend I'm supposed to be meeting here
Oh.
for reasons.
Gods, no. You followed a friend to the Feywild. This is 101.
Wait,
okay.
hold on. I thought we were just going to some tree where Three Me's was waiting for us. We're on some different islands now. Is that what you're saying? This island didn't just now come up out of the sea?
Sort of. It's a little peculiar. Think of it like, well, I don't even know how to explain it. Another world, sort of, but connected. It's like a mirror of our own world, but this particular one is more bright and jubilant and, well, chaotic. It's said that this is where magic originated, or where the weave is strongest. But that means that it can be a very dangerous place, especially for people that haven't been to another plane before. Well, this should be interesting.
The weave is strongest here.
Oh, that's what they say.
That make me double god.
It very well might.
Speaking of gods, you seem knowledgeable. How do you kill them?
Well, gods are driven by faith. Most of the time, the easiest way to do it is to destroy everything that has any faith in them, which usually means genocide or crusade. It is possible to attack them directly, but much more difficult. You would typically need something given to you by another god, a godly weapon to kill a godly foe. But if you were to perhaps earn the favor, are you going to kill a god?
Eyebrow.
You're our prisoner. I get to ask the questions here, not you.
Fair, understood. It's just, frankly...
Also, stop being a party pooper. This is fun.
Of course it is. Right. Yes, just be careful. And if the singing woman has exposed tits, it usually means that they're dangerous.
That
No,
means
now-
you can talk to them first.
Hey, Mr. King, you don't need to be talking down to us. I've been as far north as Eisenmar. That must be at least 2-3 planes away from where we are right now.
Right, of course. I'm sorry. I'm just going to be over here. In fact, maybe I should wait on the ship.
I think I'd prefer you stick with us if y'all it's all the same to you.
If you've been here before, it might help a little bit.
Not owing to the fact that you got some of my gold and I don't want to leave you with my ship as well.
I don't think we'll be here long anyway, hopefully.
Right.
I know that much.
Well,
Probably should have thought about that beforehand.
if you have a friend here, maybe they have a solution, hopefully. I suppose we should go find that friend of yours, huh?
Right. Okay, we're supposed to meet at the tree, so let's go to the tree.
To the tree.
Perhaps you can be our tour guide. You know which women are dangerous, the ones with tits out. What else is dangerous?
Can we go to the carnival?
Oh, absolutely. There's no reason to go to the Feywilds if you're not going to go to the carnival.
That wasn't directed to you.
Oh, shit.
Who's that directed at me?
No, just the party in general.
Oh, then fuck yes.
I think
Oh,
Carnival
But I
sounds just
probably should do my business first. That way we
What
can
is a
see.
yeah.
carnival?
Well, we shouldn't go to the carnival without Three Knees.
You're right. I bet he's tall enough he can ride all the rides.
I think he'd be pretty upset if we went alone.
I'm with friend Nomad. I hadn't even heard of Carnival before, but it smells pretty good around here.
I did not think to smell. He takes a deep inhale for 30 minutes. Just non-stop.
Casually.
Maybe just a little whiff here and there, friend Nomad.
Oh, Christ.
It's just it's because he can hold his breath for 30 minutes, so I can imagine he can he can inhale for 30 whole minutes.
Nomad breathes once every
I'm
30
not super
minutes.
sure that's how that works.
He'd need
It's
to
not-
be circle breathing. No. Well, his lungs would not let more air in eventually, right?
Right.
He's
That's not how that works. That's not how breathing works.
I don't
Like
know.
at all.
No humans
Nothing about this.
can hold their breath for 30 minutes.
Yeah, but humans can hold their breath for like 10, but they can't breathe
Yeah.
in for 10 minutes.
Yeah, right. What's the record for someone breathing in? No one ever records that shit. It's
It's
always
the
holding it.
World's dumbest world record.
Also, holy
Who has
shit.
breathed in through their nose for the longest?
Guys, so
I'm curious though.
holy fuck, that is so much longer than I thought it was. Guess the breath holding record.
Oh man.
Holding?
18
15.
minutes and a half. 18 and a half minutes.
Oh, 18 and a half.
That's just a guess.
I guess
Okay.
12 and a half.
15.
13 and
24 minutes and 3 seconds.
Oh.
No.
okay. I was gonna say these feel really high, but everyone else was guessing high.
I don't know. I thought we had talked about this during Thunder Game, and it was like 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, I thought so. Like, it must have been at least 8.
I know
Or
that
were we-
like one of those big
Effect.
magicians like Chris Angel or some shit did like 12 minutes and that was a big deal. But apparently some dude in Spain in 2016 did 24 minutes. He's a professional freediver.
Oh, you said
Yeah,
24.
24.
Yeah,
You
I
cut off
went
when I
4.
heard 4.
Yeah, you broke up. Only
Oh,
heard 4.
24.
Yeah, that's the same. So
Yeah.
I know there's like this old woman, I think in Australia. She's just like scuba dives with her 15-minute breath count. Just
Yeah. No thanks. Hard pass.
24 minutes, you say.
24 minutes and 3 seconds.
It goes to 30.
And then he stopped living, right?
Right? Like, yeah.
But how long did he inhale beforehand?
How much? How does? Ugh, God, why can't I talk ever? How much did his IQ get lowered from that auction?
How do you when you've held your breath for 22 minutes, what signal does your body give you to say like, no, I can do 2 more minutes? You know what I mean? Like what do you feel at 24 minutes that you didn't feel at 22 that makes you decide that you're done?
Right? I assume the record ends when you lose consciousness, right? Like, that has to be it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Really?
it must.
Probably.
And
I
then
don't know. Like, how do they measure this?
a stopwatch.
But like, you could fake breathe in.
They probably make
They
you like,
probably
put
have-
your face in water or something like that.
Imagine they submerge you
Ugh.
in a box full of water.
Yeah, they lock you in a box for
In a
24
box.
minutes.
They put like a lock on it and everything, and like you're not forced to unlock it yourself, so you're not like panicked. So you can
Authorized.
Beforehand, you tell them how long you want to hold your breath, and then they lock you in for that long.
If you can't do it, it sucks to be you.
Die.
Sign a waiver.
Yeah, if you come out alive, you get the record, and if you don't, well,
Well, the record
Guinness.
was how long you can hold your breath, not how long you can survive while holding your breath.
The Guinness Book Company has like the prestige chamber in their basement.
Yep.
Uh,
Alright, as you guys make your way down the docks towards the hill, to see what all this is about, passing by revelers and satyrs and dryads, and a few elves and even a few people. There's some halflings, and they seem to like specifically like, oh, hey, outsiders, and they wave towards you. And everybody's just kind of laughing and having a good time. But as you reach the end of the dock, you guys see that there are a number of people that are just kind of waiting and watching people come in from all these unfurling wooden planks that extend out to a ship and then dock and let people in. Just this ever-living, growing harbor. And when you reach the end of the dock, you're almost about to walk right past him, but then Flick, you feel a tug at the side of your leg. And you look down, and you see no more than 2 feet tall. This tiny little myconid, with this little purple cap that has these 3 white rings around it. And he just kind of looks up and says, "Hey, you're Flick, right?"
oh God, yes, I suppose that's me.
"I suppose. What does that mean? Are you Flick or not?"
gonna look over to the Burger King and be like, am I supposed to give him my name? I don't know. Is the Myconoids evil? I don't know this shit.
Listen, you're kind of on your own. I've been here, but it was a controlled environment. I'm just along for the ride, I suppose.
Okay, then sure, yeah, that's me. I'm Flick.
All right. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, right.
My- yeah.
I'm Topeki. I'm supposed to. You have a. And he leans in. Well, he motions for you to come down so he can whisper. He's too short.
Oh, okay, I'll bend down. I'll
You,
probably need to like kneel. but-
you've got like a star chart or something, right?
Right, I was expecting, someone a bit taller. Not like normal size, but like
You don't
massive size.
like that I'm short?
No, I love that you're short. It's adorable.
Okay.
But I was expecting the three me's.
Oh, I talked to Threemies and he said that I should come here because he was busy with some other things or something. He also said that you're supposed to keep the star chart, but that I'm supposed to show you around town, and then when I can trust you, give you a mission. I'm sorry, I'm kind of new to all this, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say all that up front.
Probably not, but it's fine. I don't think anyone else is paying attention, so we're probably
Okay, I'm Topeki. Well,
okay to peaky.
Hello, Topeki. I am God.
hello, God.
God.
Did you kill 3 me's?
No, if he killed three me's, he'd tell me that he wanted the star chart and then just take it from me.
Exactly. Why would I kill Threemies and then not take the star chart?
I don't know. Maybe
I'm going
the
to
Dark
insight
Lord was just a
that.
ruse.
No, I didn't kill Threemies. You can talk to him if you want, probably. Just send to him, maybe. I don't know. That's a thing you can do.
How truthful
Sorry.
is he being with a 29?
With the 29, he doesn't. You don't think he killed Threemies? He seems innocent.
Sorry to ask. We recently picked up a tag along, and I feel obligated to ask everybody their intentions now.
Oh, no, that's wise, actually. I should probably start. What are your intentions?
Helping a friend deliver the star chart, though apparently we aren't doing that anymore because we gotta help you, apparently.
It sounds like it.
Do you want to show us the carnival? I think they all want to go to the carnival.
Oh my god, yes. They have some really cool games over there. And I'm too short to do the hammer one, but I want to see what happens when you ring the bell.
Okay, so I think we could do that. I'm gonna look at Nordo, just glance and then back to the peaky.
How long is it, what day is it out there, by the way?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, September 17th. I'm assuming Tuesday is not very specific.
Oh my god, that's great. Okay. I've been in here for like 3 months waiting, but apparently it's only been like 2 days out there, so that's good. They told me the time was strange in here, but as long as we do everything according to plan, it'll be like no time has passed at all. That's what they said.
Who's they?
I'm not supposed to say. Threemies.
You're not supposed to, but you're going to.
It was Threemies.
How are we supposed to do what they want us to do if we don't know who they are?
I don't know, it's all very mysterious, isn't it?
A little bit.
If by mysterious you mean sketchy as hell.
A little bit. But also, they give me strange magical powers, which is kind of cool, because I'm little. I'm Topeki.
Hi, I'm Gale. You're
Topeki, you can call me Nordo.
Hi, Nordo.
If you want me to ring that bell for you, if that's the mission, I'd be happy to do it.
Oh my god, yes please.
Topeki. Question: what kind of magical powers does 3Ds give you?
What a great question. Let me check.
He just starts thinking really hard.
For no particular reason, I'm kind of in the market for someone with godly powers who could smite another god.
You've been mentioning that quite a bit lately, little dragon.
Are you trying to kill Bast?
Did I do something
No.
wrong? What did I do to offend you this time?
Nothing.
Oh, it's a 19, but a 19 to insight against you don't want to kill Bat.
His eyes twitching a little.
Oh,
At the
Nomad,
mention
what
of
did you
Bat.
do?
I do not know.
Nomad, this is why I told you not to be suspicious on the boat. Now Gale knows about the secret.
I do not even know what secret.
You know what's secret.
All
I
right.
suppose I do know
Secrets?
what secret.
No secrets here, Vasu. No secrets about Gale
We're supposed to
between
be a
me
party.
and
Come
Nomad.
on.
Ask me a question about the immediate
Buddies don't
future.
keep secrets from each other.
I'm going to show
I'll
you.
tell
my
you
powers.
later, Vasu.
what was that, Tapiki? I couldn't hear you.
I'm going to show you my powers. Ask me a question about the immediate future.
What am I going to do in 5 seconds?
It needs to be something that can be answered with like a wheel or a woe.
Oh.
Will I be pleased with what you say?
Am I gonna get wheel or woe if I go ring that bell for you?
Oh, that's a good one. Let's do that. And he thinks real hard, and his face scrunches up, and you see as these little white spores kind of begin to fall out of these 3 rings around his cap. And he thinks real hard. He's like, yeah, it's gonna go good.
So,
Well.
wheel?
Wheel.
So I don't know anything about magic. Can I at all tell if this dude just performed any kind of magic or if he's just saying shit?
Give me an Arcana check.
Tapiki,
Yeah, that's me.
not that I don't trust you implicitly, but
Look at that nat
perhaps
20 for 19.
something a little bit. Perhaps you could perform a miracle that is a little bit more,
Evident.
God killing
visually
you.
impressive.
You're right. You're right. Actually, I could just be lying, and the whole thing, that wouldn't be good. I'm not a liar. I'm Tapiki. Nordo, it kind of looked magical, and Nomad, you can sense that there was actually a little bit of magic happening in there. Well, what else can I do? Oh, try to drown me. Gently.
I've heard a lot of shit in my time.
Oh, I can do
Try
this one
to
too.
drown me gently.
Yeah, there's some water over there. Just take me over there and shove my face in it.
Well, let's show them how long we can hold our breath. I bet we can go over 24 minutes.
Oh, I bet I can go forever.
I mean, me too.
Maybe that's what he's trying to say. Maybe 3 Mies isn't who he got his magic from.
Here, just give me that water skin.
He's drinking.
I'm gonna
your
hand
magic.
him my water skin.
All right, he takes the water skin and he presses up to his nostril and he just like shoots it like a line of coke. And then he waits for 30 or 40 seconds and then he puts his finger to his other nostril and he spits it back out. See, I can just breathe this shit.
I love him so much.
Maybe
I'm going to turn to Flick, and in Thieves' Cant, I'm going to say, I think his patron is the Pale Mother.
I think 3 Mies is the Pale Mother.
Bum, bum, bum.
I don't think so, because I can literally do the same things he does.
I think 3 Mies has a penis.
Is this all in Thieves? Is he answering us in Thieves' Cant?
Shit, no, I'm sorry. You guys are in Thieves' Cant, just kidding.
They have Thieves' Cant for these specific words.
So what's Thieves' Cant for 3 Mies has a penis? Please roleplay it.
Oh, God.
So, like, when asked if he's doing magic, Nomad just, like, holds his fingers up like this.
That's better than nothing.
I'm new to this. I'm little. So I just have little matter. I'm Tapiki.
Yeah, you're Tapiki. I like Tapiki. Come live with us.
It's,
So my roommate's cat's name is Cupiki, so this is very strange.
aw, it's a cute name.
How do you spell Tapiki? love-
T-I-P-I-K-I.
Is his catchphrase "I'm Tapiki" just because this is the best name for an NPC you've ever come up with, and you need to say it as much as possible?
I feel like I've had better names, but I can't think of any.
No, this
I don't know.
this is it.
Tapiki's
This
pretty
is your
great.
peak.
I liked Pennison.
Penitent is also good.
Penis
Really
on
good
is
too.
fantastic.
Penis son. It's just fucking sounds super Japanese all of a sudden.
Penis son. Penis sama.
Anyway, the carnival's this way.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about this place that's getting to my mood. I really feel like going to this carnival.
Same.
Right? It's I don't know.
All right.
Besides, if that's the mission we're supposed to accomplish anyhow.
Well, I'm just supposed to find out if I can trust you first, and I can't think of a better trust-building exercise than giving you a large hammer and seeing if you use it to hurt me.
Why would we hurt you? You're Tapiki.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm hoping, because I don't want to die today.
I'm buying Tapiki all of the cotton candy he wants.
I don't know if I can actually process cellulose.
Probably not. We'll pretend.
How about some water?
I can usually process water, but sometimes I breathe it instead on accident.
So Tapiki, do you only feed off of like dead organic tissue and mold and such? Have you ever had funnel cake too? You like funnel cake?
Funnel cake is okay. I can do anything
Same thing.
that molds or rots, meat, organic matter, sometimes sunlight. Anyway, the carnival's this way. And there's so many cool things inside of it that I can't wait to do. Next week.
Aww.
I know,
Oh,
I
I
want to make
guess
sure
a
I have
short
the shit
breath.
actually prep. That is probably
fair.
where we should pick up with the carnival in Tapiki. You do notice as you're kind of being escorted off the harbor and over towards this carnival, there are shops all around. There are taverns, there are places to rest and sleep. You do see that most of the denizens here are very strange and peculiar. There are a lot of outlanders. Satyrs and dryads make up a part of it. You do see that there are a decent number of elves, including several who... they just look magical, inherently magical. Some of them are glowing this golden skin. Some of them have a constant swirling thing of leaves around them. Some of them, you get a brush of cold as you walk past them. You do see that there are some halflings from time to time, a couple of furbolgs. But what I'm getting at is there is an actual full town here, and there are things that you can do to actually have like some downtime
Excellent.
in a town.
Cool.
So plan on some of that. But there is definitely a festival that seems to just be ongoing at all times that he will guide you to.
I've only known Tapiki for 5 minutes, but if anything happens to him, I will kill everyone else and then myself.
I will literally burn this shit down if he gets even slightly injured.
Can I go back to the ship and pick up my 3 apprentices so they can have some experience?
Sure. I imagine that a lot of them